business. And it can make money in Africa too. And when I talk about the private sector, it's not just big business. It's also the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises across the waste management chain. It includes the waste pickers. They run really important waste management businesses, and we need to make sure they're part of this solution. And once we get the grant financing and use it right in this architecture, once we work with cities and national governments to borrow money, but borrow it at good prices, because countries and cities are under extreme fiscal stress. We know that. We know borrowing is difficult, so we want to make sure they're borrowing at the best price. That means borrowing for things like sustainability-linked bonds, where progress on waste management is going to get you a cheaper price of money, and that matters. So it's not just about infrastructure, and it's not just about money. It really is, at the bottom line, about policy reform, building those credible institutions, because that will make a robust financial architecture that will allow money to flow domestically. It'll allow money to flow from the public and the private sector. And we think there are three things that make 50 by 50 special and that will make this financial architecture work. The first is country ownership. This has got to be something that the countries are in the driving seat and the cities and the households are in the driving seat. The second is alignment. We need to make sure that country policy, including policies on subsidies and pricing schemes, are aligned with the ideas and the ambition behind 50 by 50. And then we also have to make sure that it's focused on results and impact, because at the end of the day, that's what matters. In making sure that people can live without waste. We can make sure that those 6.5 million people who die every year from air pollution don't have to die. The 2 million people who are dying every year from lead pollution are not going to face a future where they see their sons and daughters similarly dying from lead pollution. That's why we're so excited to stand with Egypt in this 50 by 50 partnership.
Thank you so much for this very inspiring comment about 50 by 2050, because that's actually, as you said, 50 by 2050 is a holistic approach. It's commencing waste from cradle to cradle, as we mentioned, and from for all the continent, not just for the cities. So thank you so much for that. Just one question for you from Stephen. Stephen, you have a question for Dr. Yasmin, right?
So, do you want to introduce
okay.
Odin before?
Okay.
Yeah. I know I should be sitting here till the end, but please excuse me. I have to run to the other part of the negotiations.
Okay.
But thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you. And Dr. Tariq, can you please come? He's the Chief Executive Officer of the Waste Management Regulatory Agency in Egypt and my deputy on the waste part. He will be continuing the discussion.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for having you here, Excellency.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for being so patient with us. Your Excellency, Odi, Nigeria. First of all, it was the first country to register with 50 by 2050. So we are so happy about that. So thank you so much. We have to thank you for that. Let us ask you why Nigeria was you registered once you've seen our brochure, once you see what we are stand for, and we know that Nigeria is around 200 million people, and by 2050 is going to be doubled. How is this going to be impacting the waste management? How 50 by 2050, you have seen that 50 by 2050 can be supporting you in doing your integrated waste management?
Thank you. You know, Nigeria is a country of about 200 million people, and by 2050, will be 400 million. And you know the importance of waste management. And we know with the initiative, it will help us to create jobs. And out of the 200 million persons in Nigeria, about 110, 120 are the young ones. So we need to create jobs, and we'll have a program called Waste to Wealth, where we recycle only about 5% of the waste, and will create jobs to better our economy, to educate our people the importance of waste management. So we want partnership. If by 2050, from now to 2050 or 2030, we will increase to 30%. So we need partnership, we need the knowledge, the technology, the training and retraining of our population to help and see how we can manage our waste properly. So that is why we decided to key into the initiative quickly. Thank you.
So, Mr. El Arabi, Egypt, it's not a coincidence that the waste management topic is the first time on a COP agenda, and in the meeting of the United Environmental Assembly, it was agreed, and it was in Nairobi, so that also might not be a coincidence, to finalize internationally binding agreements to end plastic pollutions in the next 2 years. What do you say? Why is the important of waste so important for Africa? Question one, and question two, what do you think you can learn from the huge progress Egypt has made in the last years for the whole continent?
Thank you, Stephen. As you know, in Egypt, we already issued the waste management regulatory law in 2020 and its executive regulations in 2022, which set the roles and responsibilities of all stakeholders on the ground. So now we have a legal framework of managing the waste, where we can calculate the fair prices for treatment, different types of treatment of all types of waste. Also, we are approving or endorsing the different technologies that needed to be used for treatment of all type of waste also. We made our strategies for managing all type of waste. So we have strategy for solid waste management, which the main pillars of this strategy is to increase the performance of collection and to reduce to the minimum the amount directed to landfilling. Also, we start to build the infrastructure of the treatment to have the landfill sites, the treatment planet, and we already set in place terms and conditions for service providers to come for collecting the waste for treatment and disposal. And for plastic issue, we already have now a strategy for reducing the use of single-use plastic bags. And we already have the concept of EBR. It's already stated in the environmental law, in the waste management law and its regulations, which is very important tool that will help us in collection and treatment of different type of waste. And of course, this will help us in closing the gap in finance between the collected fees and the actual needed fees for managing the whole type of waste. Thank you.
Thanks. So it's clear why Egypt gives a certain push in that direction to lift that up in Africa. So Valerie, just one question from my side in your direction. We calculated that there will be $300 billion required to set up the necessary infrastructure to get that thing in Africa done till 2050. And the World Bank has been involved in many of such projects regarding circular economy and managing ecosystems. How can your bank and other development partners support such an initiative?
So I think the big lesson we've learned in the last many decades working on solid waste management is that it's not enough to finance a piece of infrastructure. It's not enough to finance a green project or a waste management project. We have to finance a green economy. We have to finance the system. And that's from household collection to the involvement of small and medium-sized firms, collecting it, moving it, to having the infrastructure in landfills, to thinking about the infrastructure to take some of that waste, to reuse it, to recycle it, to use it as an input for what's next. So we really have to think about financing a circular economy and the entire system. And that does mean we need to talk about a financial architecture and not just projects. It means we need to link up with policies like extended producer responsibility schemes. Because what we're seeing are the two challenges to getting particularly private capital into the circular economy space. It's under-regulated. So in many countries, not Egypt, in many countries there are not strong and robust laws on waste management. It's also underpriced. And so waste isn't valued, and so the price on it doesn't make sense. We're seeing this, for example, with plastic, where it's more expensive for a company to use recycled plastic than to use virgin plastic. There's something wrong with our pricing scheme. So we think 50 by 50 is so important, and we're so happy to be part of it, in part because we want to make sure that it isn't just a series of projects and we'll end up with a boom and bust of projects. Africa is not the only continent, but it is a continent littered with infrastructure projects that have decayed and eroded over time, in which there was a lot of money invested, only to see there was no money for operations and maintenance long term. So for us, that's why it's so important to link public and private sector, to make sure that whatever capital expenditure is put on the table is put there with the knowledge of where the OPEX, the operations and expenditure money, is going to come from. Because together, it's the waste management stream, and it's the fact that this is about making cities cost competitive and making sure that we don't have more municipalities who end up being financially bankrupt because they have big infrastructure and no way to pay for it. And in the most heavily urbanizing continent, which is Africa, we also have to make sure that the infrastructure built today, whether it's in Nigeria or across anywhere else in Africa, isn't built for the number of people in Nigeria or Africa today, but it's built for the 400 million people that will be in Nigeria in 2040, the 3 billion people across Africa in 2060. Because one of the things we've seen in other parts of the world is infrastructure that was not right-sized and that didn't have the capacity to expand for future populations and shifting populations. We all know populations are moving because of climate change and other reasons. That sets that investment up for failure. So it's about the system, it's about thinking long term, and it's about thinking beyond the infrastructure itself.
Thank you so much for this wrapping up. And that's, I think we didn't show this, but if everybody have been following up, 50 by 2050 is consisting of 5 working groups. And those 5 working groups is to cover all exactly what you are talking about and to make any project to be presented to us as bankable in order for the international community and even for small stakeholders to be able to go to the bank and have a project in waste management. We actually have His Honorable Minister of Mauritius, Minister of Environment, would like to have something to say to us, please. Please.
Thank you, Madam. So, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, as an African sits, the challenge is equally relevant for Mauritius. In 2021, we over 500,000 tons of solid waste were disposed at our only landfill, representing about 97% of the total solid waste generated across the island, and while the only 3% were being recycled. And we're coming up with specific resource recovery and recycling actions through the establishment of an integrated waste processing facility comprising composting plant and sorting facilities for recycled products. Two such integrated facilities will be set up in different regions of Mauritius, and each integrated waste processing facility will be set up and operated on a public-private partnership. And with the private sector designing, financing, building, and operating the facility for a period of 25 years, while government will be paying a tipping fee. Government will be paying a tipping fee for each ton of net waste processed at the facility. Bidding documents for the setting up and operation of the integrated waste processing facilities have been launched since the 3rd of November 2022. It is an international bid, so I welcome all international bidders, prospective bidders, to come forward and to express their interest. Also, I should say that at the level of Mauritius, we have started the sorting facilities at the level of bulky waste. I'm not talking of municipal waste, I'm talking of bulky waste. So we have established 3 déchetteries, what you call civic amenity centers, where all bulky waste, be it all fridge, used tires, construction and demolition waste can be disposed freely there, where we have signed an MOU with different recyclers. Also, I should add that one more project which is in the pipeline is the extended producer responsibility regulations for electric and electronic waste. Before concluding, I would like to add that we cannot tackle the waste problem only at the end of the life cycle of the product itself. We need to consider the production process. The production process, I think, is something fundamental, also to ensure that we have long-lasting products which are not going to finish in the landfill or the different sorting facilities. And it is also very important first to have long-lasting products and to have products which have been produced with components that will ease the circularity, with ease the process of being recycled. So I also would like to add that at the level of Mauritius, in order to actively contribute to the success of this initiative during its 5-year initiation process, Mauritius will be pleased to form part of the advisory committee and to advise the board eventually, and also to work on the thematic working groups. And we are looking forward to share our experience and to learn from our peers. Thank you very much.
So, Your Excellency, thanks a lot. I think we as moderators have to have a look at the time schedule because you all have a very dense program. So we are at the end of this session with some improvisation in between. I think if I take the key messages, this is the COP of implementation. This is really a project of action, otherwise it will stay on paper, what's not the goal. And second point from Valerie Hickey, I think you are fully right, this has to be a business in the end, and I think we have to find the right way to not punish the first movers, but to enable them that the whole thing flies and then to roll it out over the whole continent. And thanks to all of you for participating. Yeah?
If you didn't register for 50 by 2050, it's time now. Please go ahead. It's for Africa, toward the global impact. So we actually have international companies outside of Africa is being registered with us. Please, let's cooperate and activate. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Gabriela Camaro, and I'm the office manager here at EVAX for Africa. The problems we face in Namibia are accessibility to sustainable transportation, and how do we solve them? We solve this by providing non-motorized sustainable transportation in the form of two-wheelers known as
We're going to start in just a moment. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. For those of you who haven't, if you could take a seat, please. I'd like to welcome you to an official event supported by the Egyptian Presidency today, organized by the Solar Impulse Foundation. And we don't have a great deal of time, so I'm going to go straight into it. Today we're going to talk about technological solutions for the ecological transition across a whole host of different sectors. We're also going to meet with a certain number of examples of these solutions, and you'll understand more after the keynote and after the presentations in a few moments. And finally, we're going to have a panel discussion focusing on the challenges of the uptake of these sorts of solutions within and by cities. So, firstly, we're going to go straight into it quickly. I'd like to welcome to the stage Bertrand Piccard for an opening keynote to set the scene for us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not here on stage because I flew around the world in a solar-powered airplane, including the overflight of the Egyptian pyramids with solar impulse without any fuel. I'm here because I know that solutions exist to protect the environment, to decarbonize the world, as well as to reach the economical goals of a lot of countries. It means that we know that solutions exist and are economically profitable. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't know it in the negotiations. And this is such a huge frustration. Because what are they saying? They say we have to act, but they do not explain how to act. They say we have to decarbonize the world by 2050, but they don't explain how and what are the solutions to reach the goal. Which means that the negotiations are experienced by a lot of countries as a handicap for their economical development, as a sacrifice. They have to renounce to what they have. So it's normal that they resist. They try to keep on the status quo in order not to change. And we will end up, again, COP after COP, with very, very unambitious NDCs, as small as possible, when it could be exactly the other thing. A COP like this one could be a meeting of all the countries with all the solutions of the table, and the discussions would be which are the solutions that fit the need of who, of which country, of which region, which are the solutions that can be most easily implemented. If there is a problem, this partnership between countries would help to find the solutions needed, and the investments, of course, because an investment is where you put the money in order to have a result that will allow you to reimburse your investment and make a profit. So we should be in a win-win between climate and economy. How do we do that? What's the common denominator between the two? It is efficiency. Efficiency is when you manage to have a better result with a smaller consumption of resources. The example that everybody knows, of course, is the LED, and we have our friends from Philips who started all this business. Efficiency of resources, efficiency of energy, efficiency in the production of energy. Because today, it's very clear that renewables have become the cheapest sources of energy for the world. And when we speak of developing the different countries, it's very clear that the countries will be poorer and poorer every year if they have to spend foreign currencies to import fossil fuels from abroad, but they can be richer and richer every year if they delocalize the energy production thanks to solar, wind, hydroelectricity, biomass, geothermia, and so on. So what I'm telling you now, is it wishful thinking or is it real? And all this panel today is going to show you that it is real. Because we wanted at the Solar Impulse Foundation to speak with proofs and not just to say ecology has to be profitable, it's a fantastic adventure, we'll all go together hand in hand, economy, industry, finance, climate activists, and politics. No, we have to prove that it works. Which means that for the 5 last years, the Solar Impulse Foundation has identified everywhere around the world technical solutions that fit what I just told you. Protect the environment and make economical profit and create jobs. In the fields of water, energy, mobility, construction, agriculture, industry, circular economy, waste management. And we went to see what were the solutions available today. Not vague ideas for the future. No, things that exist today that can be implemented today. And we got about 3,000 applications, which went through the group of independent experts we have at the foundation. It's about 370 of them, with a process labeled by EY, in order to certify that all these solutions exist, are profitable, and make ecological sense. Fortunately, a lot of people told me in the beginning, it's impossible. And I say fortunately because it really represents the narrow mind of all the people when you speak about changing. They think you cannot change. And today, we have 1,450 of them. I love that picture because every little name in white on the blue screen is a solution. That was made in April last year when we passed the bar of 1,000. But now it's 1,450 of them, available for everyone. But who? Thank you. But that's for the team. How can we use them? We have on our website what we call the Solution Explorer. It's a search engine for solutions. So you can ask what you want. You come from this country, you are in agriculture, you want something to save the emissions of nitrogen in the fertilizers, and you will find something. You want a smart grid for Cairo, you'll get one from Schneider Electric, and so on and so on. And then you want a district cooling for, like the one in Dubai, you have one from NG that is available. But you have also small companies, you have startups. All this distributed everywhere around the world. So this is one thing. Now, what is the part of decarbonization that has the biggest leverage? It's the cities. Cities represent 75% of CO2 emissions as of today. But can you imagine that to host the newcomers in the cities in the next 20 years, we'll have to build the equivalent of Manhattan every 4 months. Every 4 months, the equivalent of Manhattan has to be built. So, of course, the construction technologies, the construction materials have to be adapted to be carbon neutral. So we have decided to make a guide, especially for cities, where Alexandra Baraka and her team, you are too modest, you're in the back changing the slides, but you made a fantastic job. And the team created with Alexandra this guide for cities, about 180 solutions that are already implemented in different cities, making success stories, but which are unknown. You don't know that these solutions have been implemented with success, that it works, that it stimulates the local economy, that it creates jobs, and so on. So we have this guide here that we are launching today, and it's just ready to be used by everyone. We had an interesting panel just before with the mayors of different continents from Australia, from Africa, from Europe, from America. And we offered this guide. And what is stunning is to see that when they look at these solutions, they tell us, we did not know that these solutions existed. So it's really something extremely, extremely valuable. So today we are presenting this guide, but we are also presenting part of the people who are in the guide, solutions. When I had the first phone call with the Minister of Environment of Egypt, Yasmin Fouad, she told me, are you sure these solutions are also for Africa? And we said, yes, there are a lot of them, but we will even give you more solutions for Africa. And we made a call for solution. 100 companies responded, and we made a selection to 5, which will be presented here after this speech. So we see that there is... Hello? Yes, thank you. So we were speaking, exactly as you arrived, of the phone call I had with Yasmin Fouad about the solutions that were needed for Africa. We made a selection of the 100 solutions that came to us, and they will be presented by the host of today, Rémi Calter. So if you need to remember one thing, remember that if someone tells you that decarbonizing the cities is difficult, it's wrong because solutions exist. And if you hear that it is expensive, you have to know it's wrong because solutions are economically profitable. And this is the way that we can reconcile, I hope, the negotiators from the different continents and show that instead of negotiating about problems, they can negotiate about how to implement the solutions. I wish you a very good panel, and now the word to Rémi Calter.
Thank you very much, Bertrand. Welcome, Excellency. Thank you for joining us. So as Bertrand suggested, we've identified about 1,450 or so solutions so far. We wanted to give you a little taster of what some of those look and sound like. Earlier this year, we, along with a number of partners that you can see on screen, including UNESCO, the International Clean Tech Network, Africa-Europe Water Energy Network, Tenerdis, Clean Tech Arabia, Green Cape, and Waterpreneurs, we ran a sort of competition to invite solutions that were in line with the objectives of the COP presidency to submit to our process for evaluation. Out of that, we have been able to bring a certain number of winners to come and present to you today. Again, as I say, to give you a little bit of taste. Behind this, as Bertrand alluded to, there are many, many more solutions. These ones brought to you today are those that are very much aligned with the objectives of the COP presidency. So I would like each of them to come up and present. Perhaps all 5 of you could move on to this side of the stage, and I'll bring you up each to speak first. Up here, please. Thank you. Unfortunately, one of our winners was unable to, we just stand in over there, and then you can come forward, each of you, to present each time. One of the winners was unfortunately not able to make it due to visa issues, but we have a short video that she was able to send to us, which we'll play at the end, so we appreciate that. So first up, I would like to invite Mukabanji Mutanuka from Power Corner to present her solution.
Good afternoon. On behalf of NG Energy Access, and indeed on my very own behalf, I'm excited to be here and excited also to be recognized as an innovator under the Solar Impulse Foundation for 2022. So the NG mini-grid solution is a decentralized, decarbonized, and digitalized solution that provides tier 1 up to tier 5 level of access. It is modular and very fast to deploy, almost at the speed of lightning if you compare it to full utility scale projects. The NG mini-grid solution responds to at least 10 out of 17 SDGs, and it invariably addresses the economic, social, and economic challenges of rural communities that are not served by the grid. Looking at my infographics, we have 16 operational mini-grids in different countries across Africa. And out of those 16, we're able to realize the comprehensive impact that off-grid electrification solutions such as these have on rural communities. As ENGIE, we remain ambitious and committed towards the energy transition, which is green and clean and sustainable. You would ask, if this is as fast as the speed of lightning, why only 16? That is because we have pain points along the way, and most of those pain points relate to financing and regulation that does not speak to the peculiarities of the off-grid energy access market. ENGIE is at this COP today to actually send that key message and also to lobby the influencers and ambassadors seated in this room for an enabling environment and also knock on special doors. Where those doors cannot be opened, obviously break walls to be able to get the message across. It is our considered view that with the support of the Solar Impulse Foundation and platforms such as this, the climate actions towards energy access and of course getting the electrons and kilowatt hours to the populations that deserve it can be achieved and a reality gained. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mukabanji. Next up, I'd like to invite Nelly Swanepoel from Claris Fusion to present our solution. Thank you.
Thanks, Ronnie. Thanks. I'm so excited to stand today in front of you. Bertrand and Solar Impulse, thank you for making Muscom Water an award-winning company. We are a company that reused wastewater treatment. Wastewater treatment in a compact system that is very easy to use, very easy to operate, and mainly working on solar energy. It is also modular, so we can add one to the other. In this one system, we entails a bioreactor and denitrification, so we really cover the entire conventional wastewater treatment plant in one system. This system, already 1,000 of them have been installed and is proven to work in sub-Saharan Africa. Our request to these people in the room today is that you are, as ambassadors for COP27, spreading the word of proven technology. Technology that can be used within a city, in rural areas, and in communities as well. And why would we want to do that? We can use this reused water to clean for irrigation for vegetables, to support food safety, irrigation for greener areas. And if we grow trees, we will definitely capture carbon dioxide and we will release more oxygen. Isn't that what climate change is about? So easy. So I want to ask you, I trust that I will see all of you next year at COP28. And I really hope that as ambassadors, you are going to do such a great work that we will have a few fusions installed at COP28 as a continuation of an action that's been done from COP27. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nelly, for the time. You can pass that to the next person, which is Walter Bidens for Turbulent Vortex Turbine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bertrand and the Solar Impulse Foundation for this opportunity to give the floor to Turbulent Hydro. So while our name may sound a bit strange, turbulent, our solution is very simple. Actually, what is Turbulent Hydro doing? It turns water into electricity. Our vortex technology solution mimics nature by creating a whirlpool in a river or a bypass of a river. So, as a matter of fact, yes, we did reinvent the water wheel, if you want. It's a simple solution and a cheap one. We are able to produce electricity for 3 to 5 cents per kilowatt hour. That makes the payback time 2.5 to 4 years, depending on the country or the geography where you live. So our technology has been installed and proven to work in various parts of the world. The solution which Turbulent provides is working in harmony with nature instead of destroying it. We don't need dams. We do not need to displace indigenous people. We conserve the biodiversity. We harm no fish, and we do not need to mine rare metals. At this moment, we are looking at projects where we will be helping people pulling out of their energy poverty. For instance, launching an off-grid micro hydropower in Cameroon. We are also looking to help in the Amazon forest, the reforestation in Colombia, where we are teaming up as to provide an off-grid energy in 3 nurseries as to facilitate the reforestation. And as for industrialized countries, Turbulent provides on-grid energy. For instance, at this moment, we are focusing on opportunities in the Walloon region of Belgium. So what is blocking our growth? For our customers, it's getting about funds and to shorten the tedious administrative regulatory processes with obtaining permits. And what does Turbulent expect from this COP? Well, we trust that micro water power is considered and will be considered a valuable source of renewable energy, just like solar and wind is, with this different advantage that micro water power offers 24/7 energy in an ecological way. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Walter. And lastly, I'd like to invite Rachel Barr from UBQ Thermoplastic Material.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rachel from UBQ Materials, and I want to ask you a question. Today, what did you throw out that couldn't be recycled? For me, it was a lot, and I know for you as well, but this is not a unique issue, not unique to Egypt, not where I'm from in Israel. All over the world, a lot of what we create as trash cannot be processed economically and at scale. UBQ is here to solve that problem. What do? We take the dirty diapers, the chicken bones, the mixed plastics that can't be recycled, everything, and we make it into a new material. But that material includes all the organics, which is important because composting is not viable around the world in large scale. What do we make this material into? Well, we make it into a material that then goes as a plastic substitute or as a wood substitute. It's economically cost competitive to the material that we substitute for. We're not upcharging on the sustainability. We could, but we're not. It's very important to us that we don't because we want to be all over the world. That's why UBQ stands for ubiquitous. We hope to be everywhere, and that's because trash is everywhere. This is a 2 billion ton a year problem that's growing. And because of the organics inside of our feedstocks from waste, it's a huge problem for greenhouse gas emissions, specifically for methane. So we've been asked to discuss what are the barriers to our further growth, and what are we asking here of policymakers. As an Israeli, we're a policy taker, not a policy maker. And that's seen specifically right now as the ministerial is handling the methane pledge. I wasn't able to access it because they only let one person in from our country because we're not speaking. So collectively, we have a problem. So what are we going to do? What can we do right now? And the answer is this. We need to raise awareness that we have to reduce our consumption of organics. That which we cannot reduce, we must reuse and repurpose. The most viable way that we know of is to make UBQ out of it right now. We go into McDonald's trays, into Mercedes vehicles, into Pepsi logistics crates, but most importantly, and I think where the impact will be held the most, is in the built space. There are billions of tons of trash a year, and we need an area to put billions of tons of trash, and that's in the built space. Everything you see here can be made with UBQ. So in terms of next year, and this is my second COP, and I look forward to coming again next year, we asked for a waste pavilion. Look around here. Nobody's talking about waste, but it's everywhere. It's a thing that we as citizens deal with the most directly on the most regular basis in terms of our carbon footprint. And so we must raise awareness here at COP in the blue zone, not just in the green zone where there's an awareness around this. We're highlighting plastic waste in the green zone, but how about here? Relatedly, there needs to be a club agreement across the 3 industries that are drivers of methane. Those are waste, agriculture, and oil and gas. And so that's what I want to raise awareness for and ask for your input on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you so much, Rachel. The last winner, as I mentioned, is unable to attend, but we have a short video that we'll be able to play very briefly. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Gabriela Kamaru and I'm the office manager here at EBAX for Africa. The problems we face in Namibia are accessibility to sustainable transportation, and how do we solve them? We solve this by providing non-motorized sustainable transportation in the form of 2-wheelers known as e-bikes. Since 2015, our bikes have been used all over Namibia, but they've also been outsourced to other African countries such as South Africa, Zimbabwe, just to name a few. Our e-bikes are used for different needs. They can be used by our clients for commuting purposes or also for anti-poaching schemes. We ask that they make policies that are more bicycle friendly, policies that are more sustainable mobility friendly. We ask that the main focus is not only placed on cars or electric cars as a whole, but that there's inclusivity in transportation or modes of transport that are out there. Also, that what e-bikes can be introduced as the next best solution to our transport issues. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations to all the winners as well for taking the time and sharing their solutions with us. I would now like to invite Her Excellency Yasmin Fouad, Minister of the Environment, to say a couple of words, please.
Thank you very much for this interesting session. In fact, when we were thinking of the Solutions Day, we wanted to make sure that this day is being built up in the best possible manner. In a COP for implementation, we wanted to show that this is possible, that there are solutions among the different cross-cutting sectors that we're talking upon. And this was what was presented today. For energy, for wastewater, for waste, for electric bike. These are the same issues that we also discussed not only throughout the day, but also launched initiatives on it. When the lady was discussing about the waste and the blue zone, there is already, before you just came, we had just launched the Global Waste Initiative with the World Bank and the UNEP, and that was the first time that the waste and the methane would be introduced to the COP. The same yesterday, when we were talking about nature-based solutions as a result and the need to integrate the biodiversity in the discussion of the climate, because it's not either or. These are the things that in this COP for implementation, for the first time in the histories of the COP, we wanted to be bold and discuss those issues. And also to check and assess how much of the stakeholders will be able to join us. So we are happy with all those solutions that were presented today. And yes, the green zone, I like the discussion that take place, that the green zone are that vibrant part of us, the voices of humanities, the voices that are not part of the formal process of the UNFCCC, but the voices that are creative, that are innovative, that are inclusive, that include art, musicians, as well as the fashion designers. It is all everything around the green zone, and we were very keen as a government of Egypt to have that as a walking distance very near the blue zone, because a COP for implementation will require us all to be there together, hand in hand, for implementation and with solutions. Thank you very much.
Can you please stay? Excellency, I would like to thank you on behalf of the Solar Impulse Foundation and all the participants for having put a solution day in the COP. We've been doing a lot of COPs everywhere, and there was no solution day. And here, it's even written solutions on a lot of banners. So I can dedicate to you this guide of solutions for cities that we have made, remembering when we were talking on the phone with Michał Kurtyka, exactly, and you said, I want solutions for Africa. So we looked for solutions for Africa, and we found solutions for Africa, and you heard the result here. So I'd like to offer you officially this guide of cities, because I think it can be really useful also for the cities of Egypt, decarbonizing, at the same time creating jobs and developing the economy. So thank you so much, and it's wonderful to have you at our panel.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. We're now going to kick off our panel. I'd like to invite to the stage Mayor Sharon Dijksma, the Mayor of Utrecht and Special Envoy for Cities for COP27, Ms. Kobe Brand, the Regional Director for ICLEI Africa, and Ms. Gwenaëlle Afis-Huet, Chief Strategy and Sustainability Officer for Schneider Electric, as well as Bertrand, who spoke earlier. I'm going to stand over here because otherwise it's very hard to see you sitting over at the seat over here. Thank you all for joining us. My first question is for you, Mayor Dijksma. The COP is primarily focused, there should be 2 microphones, good. The COP is primarily focused on what is happening at the national level, but your role is to bring the voice of local governments at the COP. So I ask, what are the primary asks for you to national governments while you're here?
Well, I think that it was already stated when I at least came in that more than 70% of the pollution worldwide takes place in cities. So it's the cities who pollute, but since it's Solution Day today, we could also be part of the solution. And I think that if you would put cities much more on the front, you would see that when they have enough means and enough expertise, they could really be the game changer the climate policy worldwide is needed for. Because we have to be honest, almost 80% of the time already has gone until 2030, and only 20% of what we should do has been achieved. So there are less than 100 months now until 2030 to deal and deliver with what we have promised in Paris. And we're nowhere there yet. And I think that if you would put cities much more in front, you would see that you would unite progressive power, willingness by cities, because they see on a daily basis what happened to their citizens when we are not acting. The flooding in Pakistan. But not only there, also in Europe recently in summers, we had problems with flooding. Germany, in my own country, the Netherlands. We have problems with drought in the south of Europe, in Africa, of course, and not many other places. So I think that it is really necessary to make the change. And this COP could be that. I hope if the presidency and the UN institutions would embrace us and empower us.
Thank you. And of course, Bertrand, when he was speaking, talks about the opportunities, but also the risks that you've highlighted that is touching cities all over the world. Kobe, you're focused on supporting local governments on the African continent. It's obviously a huge and diverse territory, but what are some of the unique challenges that local governments face on this continent, and also what are the opportunities that exist for them to grasp?
So the cities we work with in ICLEI, with our strong leadership like Mayor Dijksma and our colleagues from the African continent, really, they understand what is needed, they know what is needed, and they have in many ways the solutions at hand, as Bertrand has also highlighted to us. What they need most, to be honest, is the support of their national governments and decentralized financing mechanisms to get on with the job. So we need new and innovative partnerships with the private sector, and we really invite the private sector in the room here and many others that may be listening and tuning into this session, a fantastic session around solutions. Thank you very much, by the way, to partner with cities, to really come forth and to be a little bit more risky in coming out of your comfort zones and understand the realities of city management and the issues that they face with on a daily basis. Because the point was made in some of these solutions, particularly one water one, that everything comes together. You know, one solution has several impacts on nature, biodiversity, people, jobs. Everything can be addressed through one single solution. And I think it's that systemic circularity approach that we are calling for and that our cities need, because our cities do not work like this. People want services, they want livable cities that are workable and good quality of lives for their future generations. So it's about getting those type of systemic options into our cities. And I think, you know, the private sector is a fantastic partner, but you've got to come out of your comfort zone, understand the realities of cities on a daily basis. And cities, from our point of view, have to come to you and understand your language and come forth with more bankable and investable projects. But the solutions are there.
And as you highlight, I mean, cities can't do it alone. The private sector needs to be key. Cities only control a certain amount, they're only responsible for a certain amount of the emissions, and they only are able to control a certain amount of the changes that occur within their city. Even though they set out plans to reduce emissions by significant percentages, they can't control a great deal of that. So my question for you, Gwenaëlle, is from the perspective of a company like Schneider Electric, how can cities better integrate the corporate entities into their climate objectives? In your experience, what are the most successful examples that you've seen of this?
Yeah, well, just to start with, the discussion is engaged with numbers of cities across the world with different angles. When it comes to developing like smart cities and engaging into this kind of discussion, sometimes it starts with water, for example. Especially in Egypt, we had discussion, and I will give you some examples where water was the key driver in terms of developing new infrastructure and therefore decarbonize the city. Sometimes it's because of resiliency. In some geographies, in some cities, the question about resiliency of the whole energy system is at stake, and therefore we have to revisit the whole energy system in a given city. In some other cities, the question is directly around sustainability. So there is different drivers, but at the end of the day, we have to connect the dots. We have to showcase that there are different solutions, but all together they have meaningful impact in terms of decarbonization. So maybe a few examples. Here in Egypt, Sharm el-Sheikh, first Egyptian city that is green. That is the objective, and therefore they wanted to partner with the private sector in order to decarbonize, to have this green city here in Sharm el-Sheikh. How to do that? Well, first option, solar, of course. So we inaugurated the first solar plant here, 5 megawatt. But not only that, how to electrify more. And therefore we developed EV chargers. So it's something that we build all together. There is not just one fit solution. We build that together. In New Cairo, the new administrative Cairo, we had discussion with the cities. Again, they wanted to address the water waste, because obviously water is the hot topic right now. So basically we developed the concept of smart city with them based on the water question. And how to do that? We had digital solutions to be implemented so that we could collect real-time all the consumption, and with artificial intelligence we could reduce the consumption. And guess what? At the end of the day, we communicate on the impact, the reduction impact in terms of CO2 emissions. That was not the initial driver, but at the end of the day, we can capture that. And when we enter into this kind of discussion, then there is more about energy efficiency. So at the end of the day, when we engage into a city, it's just understanding what is the right angle to find the right solutions. But we can have multiple drivers and multiple solutions. And that's the beauty of smart cities and the solutions that we have today.
Bertrand, from what you hear here, what you've heard at the COP this week, we all know that we're not moving fast enough. What do you think is the thing that's going to unblock the next step, to make a step change?
I believe that one big obstacle is the fact that the legislations are outdated. The legislation are based on the technologies we had 20 or 50 years ago, and they have not evaluated, which means that it is today allowed to use old technologies to pollute, to waste, to be inefficient, and to change the climate. All that perfectly legally. And this we have to change. And this is why it's so important to have solutions for cities or for different countries, but only if the local or national governments are updating the legislation in order to make norms and standards of efficiency or ecology that are much more modern, that will pull the innovation to the market because it creates a necessity. If it is mandatory to have efficient cooling or heating systems, you will have all the solutions that exist that come on the market. But as long as it is allowed to be inefficient, the solutions will remain in the guide for cities or the guide for countries. So we really need to go from this huge bunch of solutions to the implementation. And if you allow me, Rémi, to steal a little bit of your power of moderator to also ask a question. We have here mayors, people responsible for group of cities, net zero cities coalitions, ICLE, government of mayors. I would like to ask you, how do we go from the guide of solutions to the real implementation at your level? What can you do with the guide? You look at all the solutions and you say, wow, there are too many, we don't know how to do. Or you take one and you put it in, but how can we really get the result, practically speaking?
I would say by cooperation between not only the private sector and the local governments, but also we bring in, for instance, in Utrecht, our academics. So this triple helix approach is for many transitions very important. And I think that what it starts with is that you set a clear goal as local government. Where do you want to be, for instance, in 2030? So we promised with 100 other cities within the European Union to try to be net zero at that time. This is almost willingly impossible to be possible. So we actually need all the help we could have to make it really happen. And we also know that there are some elements that we cannot influence. So for me, it means a holistic approach. Yes, we are working on waste. We want to be circular. Yes, we do now the energy transition. And in Utrecht, we already get houses rid of gas. In some European countries, it's a transition energy, right? So we want to be on renewables. And we start, and that is actually very important, with those who are the most vulnerable. So what we do as government is that we, with the corporations who have people on social rent, we start with that houses first. Because we know that they cannot afford this transition. So we pay for them. Together with the corporations, we lower their energy costs on a monthly basis. We renovate their houses. And we give them actually a better perspective. And we do this on many of the subjects. Is it enough? Are we there in 2030? I'm not sure. But what I do know is that if we wouldn't set these strict targets, then we would end up nowhere. Because now everybody's running. And what my task is, and with the aldermen together, is to run in the right direction, so to say. And to prevent us from running alone. So we need actually private corporations, corporates much, and they work with us. Last remark, we are now going to build in Utrecht in Cartesius. It's a new area, houses which are not only zero net, but they actually give energy back. So they are CO2 negative, so to say. And this is an innovation which is really important for the future. And we would like to show that it's actually possible. This is an innovation not from us, but from a private corporation in the Netherlands, which we closely work with. I hope this is a beginning of an answer. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and then also, Mayor, to speak more from a southern perspective, perhaps, I think you touched on it by saying that we have at local level different mandates and also legal mandates. Remember, we are local governments. We are not observers. We are actually governments that execute decisions on a daily basis. And in executing those decisions, we have all forms of legal instruments at our disposal, including bylaws, etc., which can make it mandatory for new build, to, for instance, build with solar, to, for instance, build with water-sensitive design, etc., etc. So that can be done. That's one instrument to scale it out and up. Another instrument is multi-level governance. We firmly believe that the NDCs need to be much more ambitious, but start bottom up in terms of also listening to the citizens and cities in terms of what they need and what they want in their cities, and build your NDC ambition up from that, and report also the actions that are happening locally, because a lot of wonderful actions and innovations exist also in our continent, in Africa. And you awarded some here today, which is wonderful. But there's many more. But they are not necessarily recognized or even known of by national governments. So a community like this, where we can come again in person, was very fruitful. For ICLEI, it's been tremendously fruitful to spend 2 weeks here talking to all levels and all sorts of actors, all levels of government, all actors, because it's all hands on deck. And it's in these partnerships that you find the treasures and the ability and the will and the ambition to do that. So I think our leaders here are leaving COP27 very empowered, very inspired, and hoping for a very good outcome in the decisions. And we launched today the Surge Initiative. I think that is a milestone. Today, having a Solutions Day, a milestone. Let's take what we started here in Egypt and take it forward to the next COP as well.
I think the end of this panel will be the beginning of a fantastic and fruitful collaboration between us. Huh? Yeah. Back to you, Rémi.
Thank you. We have to finish quite soon, but I'd just like to ask a question to Gwenaëlle, specifically with regard to Schneider Electric and their involvement in the First Movers Coalition. So this is companies that are best placed to really make a change because they're market leaders, and they also recognize the opportunity. It's also a business decision. What is the logic that goes into the decision-making process for you? How difficult is it for you to identify where you move to next, and specifically what kind of opportunities exist for you in cities in that regard?
Very good. Thank you. Just maybe to frame it, why the First Mover Coalition? Today, you have around 3,000 companies engaged into discussion with SBTi to decarbonization. How many of them have been approved 1.5 degree scenario net zero? Only 95. Only 95 companies across the world have been approved SBTi. So we need to do much faster. We need to englobe, we need to embark more companies in this journey. That's why at Schneider Electric we don't want to work only on our emissions, but the whole value chain, to track the whole value chain, our suppliers, our customers across the whole value chain. The First Mover Coalition is all about that. The objective is really to wait in the new filière, in the new decarbonization that will be extremely meaningful in order to move the needle and to have the 1.5 degree scenarios respected. It's the top 50 companies that have commitments in terms of steel, in terms of aluminium, in terms of shipping, in terms of aviation, because we need to decarbonize all those sectors. And to do that, we need to purchase all together. We need to have weight to have those filières being developed. For example, the steel industry, to have green steel, that's not that easy. We need to engage into this transition. And if all those companies, our companies, are making a push in that direction, then it can attract more in this direction. Aviation, again, sustainability, aviation fuels, this is a huge commitment. And we have been committed through the First Mover Coalition to go in that direction, to move the needle in the aviation in order to decarbonize. So the objective is really to attract more companies across the value chain. So it's not just us, it's making a difference for the interest, the collective interest of everybody, and making real the 1.5 degree scenarios.
Thank you. We're going to have to finish up very soon. I'm going to give you 15 seconds each to tell me what's your main takeaway from this COP. what you hope to see next.
Well, sorry. So my main takeaway from this COP is that the youth is very present, and that's excellent. We need the youth to talk, and second, talk solutions, spread the voice.
Well, mine would not be a surprise. I would say put cities much more in the driver's seat, give them a formal position within the NDCs, and let national governments and international community cooperate with cities on means and on expertise.
My main takeaway would be this COP can work. It can be a game changer. There's hope still. The negotiations are going on. My main wish is that the finance sector comes and talk to cities.
The magical word is efficiency. Because when you are more efficient, you produce better and you consume less, and you save money. And this word is the one that can reconcile problems and decarbonization. It's the one that should be much more in the mind of the people who negotiate, because the goal at the end in this world is to be efficient. And by a consequence of it, we will decarbonize. And I think it's a word that can federate people together and not split them apart. It's a word that should be in the center part of all the COPs.
So finance, capacity, long-term vision, solutions. That's what I take away from that. We're going to have to finish there. If we could just put to the last slide, please. Basically, if you are looking for some of the solutions that you saw here today, you would be able to see, you're able to look at all that on our website. We're around, speak to us, ask us any questions you like. We're easy to find online as well. You can use that, it'll remain on the page for a few minutes, but otherwise I'd like to thank our panelists for coming very much. Thank you to the solutions, and congratulations again for your participation, and thank you for coming.
Dr. Hala, then Hisham, then Shara, then Yosef, then What do you want me to see? It's yours. Okay. We can do that.
Okay. It's easier. Don't move anybody. Oh, do you want me to sit here and then Qal'a, Lucy, Google, myself, Dr. Hela?
هاي عايزين ازاي؟
هنا
أول واحد. جنبي.
أول واحد؟ لا هو مش المفروض إنه يعني هو
لا الموضوع
أنا هعمل كده أبرد الشارع. أصل ما قصديش. أنا هقعد على الناس يعني.
أنا أتكلم كده أوكي معايا مزية في الليست أوكي مين كاونت؟
Qal'a, Google.
أيوه.
أوكي وجوجل هيكلموا بعدية وبعدين أنت.
Yes.
How we doing?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. ده مكاني؟
Google again. Yeah. And then told me. No, it's Yafa's data. So he's going to get
مش هينفع خالص اعرض السلايدز اللي معايا وانا بتكلم يعني بس ده اول ده هي اتسلم هم مفيش حد هنا طبعا خلاص لا 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 سوري هيفضل ان انا كنت الوحيد اللي خلاص دورة يفضل حصلت لي دورة لا لا طب انا اقف فين؟
I think here.
التكليف يا جماعه مش حسن ازيك؟ somewhat close by, somewhat close by the parents to be better than أجرب نبطل بصراحة لسه
أنا قاعدة هنا. يلا
أنا معاك Hi, Elsie. How are you? We participated in the start with Google competition in 2011. 2012, I was organizing it. And it was one of the 30 things that business was working on the business stuff. It's a shame that it's not become anyone. You have no idea how much that contributes to the business.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, whichever time zone you're in. I just want a signal from somebody to tell me to go ahead and start. I can start. Thank you. Well, hi, everybody. Thank you for attending this discussion on building green businesses. I am your host. My name is AHMOUS. I'm the regional president for APCO worldwide in MENA. And it is really a true honor to be hosting this discussion at COP27. Through this discussion, entrepreneurs and well-established businesses will demonstrate innovative solutions for climate action that positively impact the business environment and markets, but also they need to create wealth within a climate-sensitive manner. We will also be discussing how government can provide an enabling environment for these businesses to thrive. And that's why we're very honored also here to have with us Her Excellency Dr. Hala Saeed, Egyptian Minister of Planning and Economic Development. Thank you, Your Excellency, for coming. Also with us is Hisham Al-Khazandar, co-founder and managing director of Qal'a Holdings, Sara Al-Batouti, founder of eConsult, Green Building and Global Ambassador of UNFCCC, High-Level Climate Champion, will earn titles. And we have also with us Mr. Yossi Mateus, Google Vice President of Engineering and Research, Mr. Mohamedou Lamine Kebe, right there on the other side, co-founder and chief executive officer of Tolbi, Mr. Ahmed Zahran, CEO and co-founder of Calm Solar, Mr. Ahmed Ashur, CEO and co-founder of Pylon. We will learn about all of these businesses. And also Mr. Riyad, finally, co-founder of AD Innovations. Thank you, everybody. Well, as you can see, this is quite a large panel. So we're going to manage this in a very efficient way. I'm hoping that my panelists will stick to 2 minutes per answer, so it will allow us 2 things. One, to ask everybody at least 2 questions, and also open up for the floor. So I'm going to start with Her Excellency, Dr. Hala Saeed. Can you tell us about building green businesses? What is the ministry doing to help these businesses, but also at the government at large?
Thank you very much, and it's an absolute pleasure to be with you here today in this important session, Building Green Businesses. And also, I'm very honored to be organizing the Solutions Day, Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, in partnership with other different ministries and institutions. When we talk about businesses and entrepreneurial initiatives, innovation, creativity, all this comes to mind, passion. All this leads to basically socioeconomic development, and that's the main role of the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development. And if we look back into history, we see that basically all the challenges that have passed through history, these were dealt with through groundbreaking innovations. So the role of the government specifically is to put the strategy, to put the policies, and facilitate what the private sector needs, because they are the main drivers for business, and they are the main drivers for innovation, because they know how to tackle what they want to do, what are the problems they face, and how they want to tackle it. And if we see also what the world has been facing, from multiple shocks to financing gaps, there is definitely the need for entrepreneurial innovation and creativity. And according to estimates of International Energy Agency, in order to reach the 1.5 degrees, we need 3 main things. two or three main innovations. First, to have innovations for carbon capture and storage, and we just launched today the first investment company for carbon capture. Second is to have advanced battery storage, and the Sovereign Fund of Egypt is working with private sector in having stations for battery storage and hydrogen electrolyzers. And this is also, we have launched before yesterday 9 agreements on hydrogen, on green hydrogen, with the private sector, local and international, in order to transform Egypt to become a green hydrogen hub at the area of Suez Canal Economic Zone. So this to emphasize that first, the government have put the policies, the strategies, and is materializing the slogan of the conference from pledges to implementation. So we had real implementable projects on ground during this COP. Of course, in addition to these three innovative ideas, there is also the clean agriculture, clean mobility, and ecotourism. The second thing, in addition to having the policies, facilitation, and the strategies, we need to have success stories from young people. We need to have success stories and shed the light on these success stories, and because this drives motivation. And I always say I was privileged. It was a blessing that I lived a big part of my life surrounded by young people. Brilliant talent, human capital. This is really the human capital of Egypt. It was a great blessing to be surrounded by young people. They used to give me the energy. They used to give me all the positive energy that you can imagine every day in the morning when I used to go to the university and sit surrounded by a lot of young people. And finally, the government also can drive and can champion initiatives. And we have embarked on an initiative, the National Initiative for Green and Smart Projects, that was recommended by the Climate Champion, a non-state actor. And this initiative was an initiative to localize ideas across the 27 governorates, to engage people from the grassroots level, because usually when you talk about something related to climate change or green transition, these things are basically always related to the center, to the capital, but never at my village in Hakmeya at the Ahliya, or my mother's in Min al-Amh in Sharqiyya. These people, when you go there, they have never heard about these things. So you needed to engage people from the local level. And this type of initiative, basically, it had 6 dimensions. I took more than 2 minutes, just one word.
Only slightly.
Okay. It basically had 6 dimensions: mega projects, medium projects, projects that are small and micro related to the Decent Life Initiative, which is the largest development projects worldwide, the Dignified and Haya Karima project, projects that are gender sensitive, related to women, and projects that are being launched by the civil society. So this initiative, we launched it 2 months before the COP. We received 6,280 applicants. So this is innovation, creativity, economic empowerment, and awareness and localization of the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations. Well, I mean, the government isn't the only enabler, I guess, for small businesses. It shouldn't be. And, you know, MNCs, global businesses, have a role to play. And we have here with us Google. Can you tell us about your program for supporting early stage startups? And maybe you could tell us, since you're doing this across the world, what are the common challenges these startups are facing?
Thank you. First, thanks for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's great to hear the messages from the Minister. So, you know, first let me point out that we care about multiple topics that are all related to this panel. One is about innovation, about technology, about ecosystem and startups. Now, in my role at Google, I'm Vice President of Engineering and Research, and I work on have teams actually working to see how to use AI to tackle and address the climate change, the climate crisis. both on reducing carbon emission as well as addressing crises that already happen, such as wildfires, floods, and more. But innovation can and should come from everywhere, and we are actually at a very interesting, and especially I think when I meet young people, quite often I tell them that we're in a very, I think it's unprecedented. We're in a time in history where young people can actually learn something, learn skills, and within just a few years they can actually drive a change. They can have impact which has global scales, because technology is now becoming more and more available to everyone. You know, machine learning is AI is going through a revolution. What we've seen in the last few years is nothing less than a revolution. And with the availability of technology through cloud technology, through APIs, essentially everybody could utilize those technologies and apply their innovation. If they understand the problem, and if it's sufficiently important to tackle, they can actually adjust, adapt, learn, use the technologies and use skills in order to drive a change. So, another beautiful thing about technology and innovation is that it's not a zero sum. It's not like if somebody else is innovating, then this is actually instead of what you're doing. So I've been personally involved, even though my main role is leading teams developing technologies. I'm really passionate about how can we support startups at scale. So we have a program called Google for Startup Accelerator that for over a decade now touches thousands of startups. Now, when we think about startups and how can we help them, there are multiple challenges they need to address. And for startups in the context of impact work, they are even more significant than others. It's about funding, it's about talent, it's about the network, and it's about the fact that they need to have access to technologies. So what we set up to do is, as I mentioned, we have this program that tries to address startups in general, but a couple of years ago we decided to focus on startups that are working on Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. And we call this program Startups for Sustainable Development, where the idea is that we try to see how to address some of these challenges and support them. So for example, in terms of networking, it's about connecting them to others. If it's about providing them access to the knowledge and skills, it's both about mentorship, but about also giving the access to some of those, etc. And actually, Muhammadu, who's here, he can actually perhaps share from his experiences, one of the mentees. I will say we have 300 startups in this program already that went through over 1,000 mentor sessions, over 70 countries. The beauty is that innovation and impact can come from everywhere, and I'm happy to elaborate more on that.
Thank you. You spoke about zero sum, about technology and business. I mean, there is also a question about zero sum between being a green business and profit. And maybe this comes to your question, Ms. Sarah Al-Batouti. You built a company or a consultancy that focuses on design that is sustainable and to help businesses become more beneficial to their communities. Is there a business case for that?
Thank you for inviting me here today. Yeah, of course there's a business case for that. The building sector is responsible for 40% of the emissions. There is no way that this can be ignored right now. The price of energy, the way we make things, and the relevance and the continuity of the cities and the villages that we are creating require us to be very innovative. When eConsult started, there was no business case, there was no legislation. Energy was still heavily subsidized, and definitely women were not working in the construction sector when we started, so there was no case. We learned to adapt our model to the situation that we're in by, first of all, working very small scale, achieving small prototypes that succeed, letting the portfolio enter the market, speak for itself, and then we open up other and further. So today, as a small micro-Egyptian niche company in Egypt, we have the first carbon neutral project in the MENA region. This is a huge case because it's also built for affordable communities We have the first Haya Karima village, which has been certified that we would like to upscale to a decent life Africa. And we reached 10-degree cooling without mechanical assistance. What we're trying to do as a business company is to look at the actual problems that we will face in terms of climate mitigation and heat stresses, and use science, cultural relevance, tech, and quite simply, innovation that is locally tailor-made in order for us to take these small successes and upscale them and gain trust between not just the Egyptian government, but global governments. So the small steps are the key to entering this market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Khazindar, I would like to ask you about, I mean, you're a large business. So we have here with us businesses who are large, established, to startups, to multinationals, to government. And so this brings the entire ecosystem of the green business that we're talking about. Can you tell us about, briefly about Qal'a Holding, how it started its journey in the building business sustainability and responsibility with the ESG at the center of your business?
Thank you, Ma'moon. Let me take from my 2 minutes first to, we're coming to the end of this COP conference, and I want to take a moment to congratulate Her Excellency Dr. Ella Saeed and her colleagues on making us really proud as Egyptians of this conference. And we're now a large business, but we were a startup once too, 20 years ago. And I have a confession to make. We didn't set out to be sustainable. We set out to be responsible investors, responsible employers, impactful, business people. But sustainability initially wasn't the mandate. What we saw was opportunity in specific areas, in energy inefficiency in Egypt. We saw opportunity in industries where Egypt had a competitive advantage and where we could build an export base or an import substitution base. So, we started through Taqa substituting butane tanks with gas connections, which are much safer, much cheaper, much healthier on the environment. We started investing in renewables, starting with the Bin Ben project, and then beyond. We built Egypt's first insulation materials business because there was a gap there. We built what is now one of the country's largest packaging business based on recyclable because it was cheap raw materials. We built the largest refinery in Egypt as a public-private partnership to substitute imports of diesel and gasoline and produce locally diesel and gasoline at the highest environmental quality, reducing emissions of sulfur and emissions of carbon. And in the process of doing all of these things, in the process of relying on multilateral development agencies which had ESG requirements to finance some of these projects, we realized that what we were doing was sustainable in effect. And that led us, starting 2015, to join the UN Global Compact. So what we were doing ad hoc before, we started doing more consistently. And paying attention to sustainability measurements, emissions measurement, holding ourselves accountable in terms of publishing sustainability reports. And ultimately, we realized that by doing so, that there was no, from our perspective, there was no trade-off between doing these things and seeking profitability and achieving good returns for ourselves and our investors. That essentially, there was a convergence between these issues, and that those opportunities that indeed had impact from a sustainability point of view were also opportunities where we did well as investors for ourselves and for our partners.
Okay, well, let me just follow up on the construction sector, given that that's where the consultancy is, and given that we live now in a country, or we are here today hosted by a country that's living a construction and infrastructure development boom. Mr. Riyad, you know, as we know that almost 70% of all industrial pollution is caused by the construction sector and maybe even by the cement and the red bricks. You have developed 100% recycled brick. Tell us about this solution, how it's faring.
Thanks everyone for inviting me here. Thanks, Your Excellency. Our construction material obviously is made from gypsum. It's enhanced. Gypsum in its nature form, it doesn't have load-bearing properties and it's not water resistant. We were able to enhance the material to make it higher compression strength, actually 4 times higher than the normal cement or red bricks, and water resistant. And this was one of the barrier to entries and changing the mindset of the community to be able to accept the block, a gypsum block, which is normally won't be accepted because of its lower specs. The material is 100% made from gypsum. It's reusable, recyclable, and low material bodied, and lower carbon emissions, because usually the facility itself doesn't pollute, but the raw material obviously we source, it comes from a polluting facility, but our facility itself is 0 carbon emissions. And the reason we invented that, because the construction industry the waste that comes from it is around if I'm not mistaken, 8 billion Egyptian pounds a year. Our material is reusable and recyclable, and that's why we invented it.
Thank you. Well, congratulations. We look forward to seeing this being used in construction. Another area where there is huge waste, of course, in an environment, in a world that there is so much scarcity, is water. And this brings me to Mr. Ashur. You know, tell us about the innovation that you have actually developed, your company has, to preserve and conserve water.
Okay. First, thank you for having us here today. The technology is basically, we've built a software platform. We're relying on software and data. And by collecting different data points across the grid, we are able to detect where the leakages are happening. So for example, here in Egypt, there is around 50% leakages across the network, the pipeline network, under our own feeds. So what we do is that we are able to pinpoint through the data collection where the leakage exactly is happening. So rather than knowing that there is a leakage happening across the country, we know that there is an area which experiences around 70% leakage and another area which experiences 10% leakage. So we focus the resources on where there is the 70% in order to stop the bleeding faster.
Thank you. I mean, the next question is for the gentleman next to you, Mr. Zahran. You are developing solar products. Great innovations happening. First, have you reached a point of impact? And have you reached a point of scale?
So when we first started in 2011, it was a very small business because there is no awareness of what solar can do. We were getting questions like, is the electricity produced from solar stations capable of running my house or running my factory? I mean, the awareness within the society was that solar is not a reliable source of electricity, and it is not enough to empower big institutions and big operations. What we have done, and the innovation that we have done in the business model, is that we decided that, it is not enough to be a solar developer, because when you are a solar developer, you are extremely constrained by what you can do in society. We decided that we have to be a utility company. And the meaning of a utility company, that you not only invest in the generation aspect, you don't only invest in solar stations, but you have to invest in power distribution as well. And the beauty of the regulation in Egypt is that the law that was passed in 2015, the energy law, allows the private sector to participate not just in energy generation, but in energy distribution, which makes it one of the most progressive energy laws globally. And that allowed us to control the energy mix. Because sometimes when you're only producing electricity from solar energy for a client, they have a complementary source of energy that could be diesel or gas or any other thing. So increasing the solar penetration within the system becomes very difficult. But when you own the power distribution, you control the entire energy mix. So we manage in putting a plan that takes us to 100% solar. So for example, we have a project today in the Western Desert, and the starting day of the operation, early next year, the solar penetration will be 62%. And it is expected to get to 100% solar within the coming 2 to 3 years. And those are the types of projects that we want to do, to make sure that solar becomes the mainstream
Let
source
me
of
ask
electricity.
you the second question while you still have the mic, and then I'll move very quickly. Is it cost effective?
People should buy electricity from solar energy, not because they want to protect the environment, not because it's green, but because it's the most economic thing to use. In all of our projects, kilowatt hours from solar energy are not just cheaper. What we are selling is reliability, availability, economics, and the long-term infrastructure that will stay in the country for the coming 100 or 150 years.
Thank you. Thank you. This is very eye-opening. Now we're going to a completely different type of innovation that helps farmers who are most impacted by climate change, especially small farmers. You have come up with something quite impressive. Maybe I'll leave it to you to discuss, to tell us about it.
Thank you very much, Mahmoud. Today, producers and smallholder farmers in Africa are wasting 50 to 80% of their water irrigation, 30% of their fertilizer, and up to 35% of their harvest. This is around $48 billion in losses in Africa. We in Tolbi developed an AI-based platform where we are using satellite images and AI to deliver real-time information for these farmers about weather, the amount of water they have to put in their field in real time, the amount of fertilizer, the status of the plant, and yield forecast. And this type of information allows this farmer to optimize their input by 50% and their fertilizer by 30%. And this type of climate-smart agriculture practices have a huge impact in environment and biodiversity. And we are looking for in 2023 to connect these farmers to the voluntary carbon market.
Well, let me do the follow-up question for you here. How is Google helping?
We started the program this year, and we are working with IT expert, cloud designer, and people specializing in fundraising. Actually, we are looking for to raise $1 million to expand our solution in 3 Africa-speaking French country in West Africa, and they are helping us a lot in IT stuff and fundraising.
Well, thank you. Congratulations. Well, going back to, I think we still have time. We're good in time? Yes? Yeah. 20, that's great. We're doing extremely well. Mr. Khazindar, tell us about Taqa Arabia mega project, including the Benban Solar Park. What are really the challenges and the opportunities that you have faced while you're building this project? Sorry, we're being stingy with mics.
Yeah, no. So Benban and Egypt's experience with solar is a great example of a successful public-private partnership and of a government regulatory framework encouraging the development of a particular industry. So, like Ahmed Zahan said, 10 years ago, solar renewables were very, very new in Egypt. Benban and the different stages of Benban played a key role in changing that. So Benban was a project where the private sector went and developed, invested in solar photovoltaic panels, generated electricity. The financing in part came from multilateral institutions, IFC, EBRD, with the government as a buyer of the solar power being generated on a long-term contract fixed rate basis. So for us, for our subsidiary TAQA, this was a great opportunity to learn about the solar business. And the government made it such that, so the initial phase of Bin Ben, the government bought the electricity at 13 cents per kilowatt
So
hour.
did you feed it into the main grid?
We did, exactly. And we do until now. But the pricing evolved. So the initial tranche was 13 cents per kilowatt hour. Very, very compelling, designed to incentivize people to invest in what was then a new industry. Then that went down to 7 cents per kilowatt hour. And the latest phases were at around 3 to 4 cents per kilowatt hour. So cheaper for the government and for consumers, but also risks having gone down, encouraging investors like us through TAQA. We didn't need the same levels of returns that we needed initially, particularly also, as Ahmed touched, the cost of panels had gone down with scale going up. The cost, we're at 3 to 4 cents per kilowatt hour today. You make the same returns that you were making at 13 cents 7 or 8 years ago.
Thank you. This is quite impressive. I mean, if anything, this tells us one day will be maybe fully solar energized. Mr. Matthias, is it Matthias? Whatever. You spoke about how you're supporting these startups. If there is a startup here in the room, how do they approach you? When do you actually take on a startup, and when do they graduate?
It's a great question. So first, kudos to Mohamedou for the progress he was doing. In fact, when we think about startups in places that don't already have kind of a critical mass of startups, that's even a higher toll. And for example, in Africa, I know that entrepreneurship is now growing, and every entrepreneur is not only in a position to drive their own startups, but are inspiration for the next startups. No pressure. But it's highly important. So thanks for doing that. And I should mention, by the way, talking about Africa, is that we have a team in Accra, in Ghana, and we just inaugurated an office there. I was there in May. One of the first events that we had in the office is actually hosting a few entrepreneurs who were part of the program. Now, for startups here, obviously, we need to look for programs, various ones. We are trying to do our best to encourage and support as many of them, and I know there are many other programs. I encourage also all the participating countries to also do that. It's probably one of the best investments possible to build an ecosystem of entrepreneurship and startups. As it relates to ours, we have programs where we have call for participation. For example, an AI Impact Challenge that we had, the first one, AI Impact Challenge for Social Good, about 4 years ago, we had 2,400 applications from around the world. The first one that we had for SDG, for Sustainable Development Goals, a couple of years ago, we had over 1,001 just for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So look up for those. I will mention that we just recently, since one of the things that startups are missing is data, and is funding first and foremost, we actually recently announced 2 different funds related to climate and to innovation. One for $30 million, one for $25 million, and again, they are coming through this call for proposals. I will mention that for startups to be successful, it's not enough also to have the funds, obviously the talent, but in many of the opportunities that we have, it's about how to leverage data. So this is one topic I'd like to touch on very briefly. One is about, so for example, you mentioned satellite imagery. We found out, for example, that one of the major challenges in many use cases, not only for startups, but also for organizations, for UN organizations and otherwise, is to have information about what's going on the ground. So we have this project that put out what we call the open building data sets. Essentially, it's taking satellite imagery using machine learning to analyze and identify where you have housing. Because houses, as they are built, and they are building quite a bit in Africa, are a good proxy to where people are. So it turns out, for example, that startups could use that for many applications, or the World Bank and the UN can use it, for example, when or WHO used it when they needed to prioritize where to send vaccines, because this was actually a kind of a proxy to that. So this building data set not only provided Google Maps with about 500 million buildings, but also made it available for others to do. So if there's one thing that I discussed quite a bit in this conference is, the good news I'm hearing also from many policymakers, the recognition is the importance of making data available and finding a way to make the data available for everyone, for big companies, small companies, startups. We propose something called data common to allow for that, and there are many other ways to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Matthias. Well, I mean, Google is all about data, right, and making it available for the world.
It's all about technology.
Technology, all right.
It's an innovation.
Absolutely.
An impact.
So let me just move on to Ms. Battuti. You have plans to expand into Africa. Tell us about those. I mean, the case study here you've had, it seems like it's fantastic to move and implement elsewhere.
Yeah, so we've developed the first ever green guidelines that are designed for green communities to develop. The way the green guidelines are developed are for use for non-practitioners. So if you look at the Egyptian market, 58 million people living in Haya Karima do not access the services that we provide. They do it themselves. And therefore, our business model, again, has to adapt that we start communicating with them. So we are expanding the green guidelines into a Decent Life Africa. We are working with the global green building councils in order to redefine green buildings in Africa and for rural communities. And the first place that we're going to start working is in Tanzania. The reason why we're doing this is because we have more and more confidence that before, when it comes to green buildings, it was considered, if the problem is heat stress, then the AC is there to fix the problem. And if the problem is wasted in energy, but you put solar panels on top of the building, you can get away with calling that building green. That's not how green buildings work. Green buildings are inherently designed to save on building material, on energy, and on water consumption. And therefore, from the onset, how we plan and how we design is taken into consideration because it feeds into actually all of the services that the panel is talking about. So with this collaboration in mind, and with the projects that we have successfully implemented with the Ministry of Planning here, A Decent Life Africa is starting by implementing the products that we've produced and looking into more and more certified green communities.
Thank you. Well, we wish you best of luck. Mr. Ashur, your solution about using smart meters and smart grid is a challenge to really promote it because you're promising the future. You're asking somebody to invest today to save in the future. So is there a public awareness challenge here?
No, I don't see that it's a public awareness challenge. I rather see that it's an education process that we all go through. So as they say, what man can make, what man make, man can break. So this is what happens: is that whenever there is a solution, there is challenges coming to this solution. So the main challenge that we have is that the utility sector, the water and electricity distribution sector, use up to 40% of their revenues. What we provide is that we provide a solution to enhance the revenue streams. So we give them the tools that allows them to have higher revenues and thus be profitable at the end. And we provide this by partnering with different financial institutes in order to offer them the solution at a cost which makes the return on investment much higher than the investment they made.
Thank you very much. And before I come to close with Her Excellency, Mr. Riyad, you have come up with an amazing product that could make a meaningful change in the construction industry. Where does it stand in terms of approvals, given that we need the regulatory environment to allow it to come to market?
Because of the superior specs regarding the compression and the insulation and the water resistance and sound insulation, the government supports such projects for the green buildings, and there is a code for it. the barrier to entry from that side is easy. And that there's a support from the government for such projects as well.
Well, fantastic. This is great news. I have seen other products in other countries who could not make it to market given the resistance by the industry itself and the lack of ability to get through the barrier as well. I'm glad that this is happening here in Egypt. I would like to ask Your Excellency maybe to close this session by just telling us, here you have a platform where green businesses. Do you think that there is a platform or a potential, grounds for PPP, a private-public partnership between government but green businesses in specific?
Definitely, because as I said, government here plays the main role in putting the direction and providing the proper ecosystem. But the innovation and the ideas and the creativity comes from the private sector. That's why I think my colleagues here from the Sovereign Fund, whose main role is to crowd in, they are laughing now because they are taking assignments in one session after the other. So their main role is to crowd in the private sector and to support the government's direction and the government. They are aligned. Also, they are all private sector, investment people, private equity, in order to be the reliable partner for the private sector. But their main role also is to align with the government's strategy and with the government's direction, which is basically Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. We were discussing a few weeks ago an innovation fund in order to start gathering all the ideas of the brilliant young people. And the main role here of the fund is basically providing the de-risking. They are comforting the private sector through entering with minority stake and facilitating the process, but it is the main ideas of the private sector and crowding in funds from the private sector, whether local or international. But the most important thing I just want to highlight here is the government definitely provides the ecosystem, provide the policies, the strategies, but also one of the main directions and roles of the government in a country like Egypt, that most of the young people were used to graduate looking for jobs, not creating jobs for themselves and others. Maybe we're now in a little bit of a different era where innovativity and creativity are catching up. And as Ahmed Ashur was mentioning, that he learned by doing. We need more to invest in our young people in order to change their mindset to be creators for jobs for themselves and others. And that's why we started having programs, educational programs at universities and in schools. And that's why we also created an initiative called Rouet 2030, Entrepreneurs of 2030, whereby we educate young people at schools and at universities on innovation, creativity, entrepreneurship, to change their mindset. We don't want them to graduate and say, I am looking for a job. No, you have to create the job for yourselves and others. The other important thing that we're working on is to have an owner for startups in Egypt. We do not have an owner. Startups come to the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, and they are always welcome. I'm very happy to work with young people. They go to the Ministry of ICT, they go to the GAFI. We need an owner, and that's what we're working on, a network or a champion for the startups. I think this provides the proper ecosystem and have the owner where everybody should revert to in any problems or support for anything.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Well, I promised myself and my colleagues on the panel that we will allow time for a few questions, and it looks like we have about 8 minutes, 7 minutes. So please, if you have a question, no? 5 minutes? One question? 2, please. Okay. I know Her Excellency is busy. She has a meeting to go to. So I'm going to allow for 2 questions very quickly. Please raise your hand and direct your question to the person on the stage. No questions? Okay. Well, I've done my bit. And I want to thank Your Excellency. I want to thank everybody on this panel. This has been hopefully a very rich discussion, and I want to thank the audience and our host. Thank you.
Yes, please do. شكرا. نورتونا استناكم بالليل.
I work with the HMO, Chief Sustainability Officer. I have some children that work, some young kids that work in the country in Dubai. I love Google, yes. So this is exciting work. I love Google.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Breaking sweat.
Great job.
استاذن حضرتك
انت انا عايز جوجل عايز ياخد صوره معاك انا ماليش دعوه
حبيبي صورتك بايظه صورتك بايظه صورتك بايظه
Thank you very much. I hope I did well. You did very well. Thank you very much.
أدى
في حد نسي الموبايل بتاعه يا جماعة؟ أو باور بانك؟ باور بانك.
Are you the moderator? No.
نائب رئيس شركة جوجل.
هشام ده كام عندك؟ يا هشام. طب لما 4 يجي عندك قول لي. هشام هشام ايوه 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 ده 4.
Are there seat assignments?
No, I think we can set it. But the moderator will hold your name. The question is, are we going to feature an accent? Very nice to meet you at 7 p.m. Thank you. So we're the first ones. I mean, the same topic. It's a bit different. That's right, yeah. Hello, Minister. I'm Axel with Reuters. I'm very, very good. Very nice to meet you, too. Yeah, I understand. It must be quite I'll ask you a couple of questions, and then I'll bring some panelists up. I totally understand. Yes, of course. But I'm gonna introduce you. Yep. Oh, Jay. Hi, I'm Axel. Hey, Axel. Good to meet you from Reuters. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for joining. Yeah. Good, good. We're gonna have to keep it pretty tight. Yeah, they said 2 to 3 minutes. Yeah, I mean, it's because the minister needs to lead off. I got it. I have 2 minutes of bullets. I mean, I can shoot a question or two at you. No, it's like I'm just gonna give basically what you asked me is what are the big global solutions? I don't know. I know what you know. On the finance. Yeah, absolutely. That sounds perfect. That sounds perfect. Hi, I'm Axel. Hi, nice to meet you. Are you moderator? Yes. Alessandro. Very good. Yeah, I've got it. You got it? I got it. You're MVP, right? I've done a lot with Daphne, actually. Oh, very good. So you know all about it. Yeah. Just pretend I'm him. I'm afraid I'm not. I love doing things. I know, but that's what it's already. It's very more like, no, if it was here, we could sit here. No, it's great to have you here. He was here, many others were here. I just wanted to say, the minister is our day and the voice and the state. That's what we should do. So we can be very tight, very short. Yours is. C'est pour rigoler. Yes. Yes. Thanks. Hi, I'm Jay Collins from the city. Nice to meet you.
I know. I've seen you. So we're discussing quite a bit about your involvement. Pleasure.
Not following up tomorrow. I'm just like, yeah, full ladder.
Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the closing of Solutions Day, and it is our pleasure to be hosting today the United Nations Science Policy Business Forum on the Environment in cooperation with the leader of the greening investment plans, national investment plans. It's been a long day. The Greening National Investments Plan Initiative, the leader of Solutions Day today, the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development. We're very proud to join hands and to present you with this session, Trailblazing Public-Private Action for a More Resilient World. We welcome our guests, our friends, members of the forum, and friends of the COP27 coming here to try and align the work of the business sector together with the work of policy and civil society. It's a big undertaking, but it is essential. And as we heard throughout the day, from the opening with Dr. Hala Saeed until this moment today, we will see that there is a lot that we can do together, and there are trajectories that we need to explore and a future that we hope to share in a safer, more resilient world. It is my pleasure to introduce our moderator, Axel Threlfall, Editor-at-Large of Thomson Reuters. Axel, please.
All right, thank you very much indeed, Shireen. Welcome, everybody. This was billed as a 90-minute session. We're going to try and squeeze that into 60 minutes because I know it's late and everyone has had a very long day. The session sits very neatly, as Shireen said, under the COP27 slogan, Together for Implementation. Importantly, it also comes as Solutions Day draws to a close. As Shireen said, I think it's only right to be posing some frank questions on Solutions Day, not just to policy, but to business, the finance community, international cooperation organizations, and all of those bits are represented here. So hopefully we will generate some healthy discussion over the next hour. Some of the bigger, broader questions that we ask: how to bridge the implementation gap between commitments and action with all hands, i.e. public and policy on deck. Which technologies and integrated solutions are most likely to get us there? Which policies will most effectively empower? And where are the resources that will provide the finance? We'll hopefully get some answers to those questions. And of course, how to do all of that in the most equitable and the most just way possible. Look, I want to keep this very, very brief, this introduction. We're going to run, as I said, for 60 minutes. We're going to split that into two parts. Speakers are going to get a few minutes to lay out their thoughts, lay out their stand, if you like, before we open it up to discussion and any questions you may have. Part one is going to be a slightly broader discussion on commitments and global goals. Part two will take a deeper dive into incentivizing technology-focused, climate-sensitive economies towards greater partnership and public-private partnership. Before we do any of that, though, it gives me great pleasure to introduce for some opening remarks Her Excellency Dr. Hala Al-Saeed, the Minister of Planning and Economic Development here in Egypt. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by welcoming you all here, the closing session of the Solutions Day that we were proudly organizing as a Ministry of Planning and Economic Development in cooperation with different ministries and different institutions. And it gives me great pleasure also to take part in this multi-stakeholder session, what I believe is one of the most pressing and defining themes of our common climate agenda, and actually a perfect closing of our day-to-day and also a perfect closing of all the thematic days during the past 2 weeks. I would like to start by stressing the importance of the topic of implementation, the element of implementation in this year's COP, and how it is a statement requiring a new brand of cooperation, a new brand of cooperation between all stakeholders to reach effective, concrete and tangible economic achievements. I'd like also to highlight that the Egyptian government priorities through the intersection of the role of the private sector with the public sector and, of course, all international community in combating climate change. As we have all discussed during the past 2 weeks, the issue of financing has been always of critical importance when discussing the enablers that lead to achieving sustainable development and specifically taking actions towards combating climate change. Availability of adequate and affordable, not only adequate, but affordable finance, especially when we talk about the African continent and the emerging economies, carries the potential to significantly accelerate the momentum towards all the countries achieving their development plans and specifically achieving the sustainable development goals. At the same time, its absence, the absence of the finance and the affordable finance, carries the potential to pose a major setback to our efforts on the developmental efforts of the African continent and the emerging economies. Hence, assessing the financing environment from a multidimensional perspective and addressing systematic issues is crucial, and in this current moment, exploring the role of the private sector and how the private sector can potentially play a role in expediting action-oriented climate finance strategies is a high priority agenda item. And here comes the concept of innovative finance. Innovative financing mechanisms and investments are desperately needed to cover this financial gap, thus translating our global ambition to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. Hence, the concept of private-public partnership should be considered as an effective and innovative tools, as they can help achieve major breakthroughs, offering a number of benefits, including spreading large project costs over an extended period of time, as well as better risk management and efficient project delivery. Can also encourage the creation of new markets and stimulate private investments in sectors and activities that were previously deemed either impossible for the private sector or at least unattractive for the private sector. This is exactly what we seeked when we achieved or embarked on having the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Egypt, which was created as a reliable mechanism for the government to co-invest with domestic and foreign partners, unlocking the value of Egypt's unutilized assets and ample resources. The Sovereign Fund has prioritized projects that augment Egypt's green transition goals through partnership with the private sector, specifically that there are a lot of projects that have been materialized during the COP, and we have recently signed 9 agreements for projects to produce green hydrogen and ammonia at the Suez Canal Economic Zone. It also promotes to generate solar and wind powers and water desalination. We have also witnessed today morning the launch of the first of its kind direct investment company in emission offsetting, the EGCOP, through the coalition of private sector, and this reflects the pivotal and empowering role of the private sector in finding innovative solutions that can increase financing resources for climate mitigation. Finally, I leave you in the capable hands of this extremely exciting and vibrant panel, and I look forward to hearing the interventions from all our esteemed guests today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Right, I'm going to, I've got a couple of questions for the Minister, and then I'll bring the rest of the panelists in. And thank you very much indeed for those words. And I want to carry on a little bit with a stock take, if you like, by asking how successful you think have developing countries in general, including Egypt, been in attracting private capital over the past couple of years, and what do the next couple of years look like for you?
Thank you very much. Although the past couple of years are not a real assessment of the attractiveness of the developing countries' private capital, because, as you know, we started the COVID-19 pandemic and then the geopolitical challenges, and investment worldwide had decreased almost 40%. But let me tell you that there was an increase of 30% investment in the African continent, and Egypt's FDI this year almost doubled. For the first time, we came back to the 2007 FDI, which we reached almost 10 billion US dollars. So there is a great potential and there is a great appetite, and always challenges create opportunities. So I think this is a real testament to the increase in investment in Egypt and the policies the government has taken and the structural reform agenda that the government has been embarking on the past 2 years.
Okay, and are you confident in the mechanisms in place to create the right sort of momentum to help the collaboration between the public and the private sectors, something we're going to talk about over the next hour?
Yeah, let me tell you that, let me take you back to a few years. We came back, we started after the period of political instability between 2011 and 2014. The government had to step in after that time to pitch in a lot of public investment, because the country had a lot, the level of infrastructure was extremely deteriorating. We had electricity cuts, there were no port networks, the level of infrastructure was extremely bad. So the government had to step in at that time and upgrade the level of infrastructure, because no private sector will come to a country with no ports, with electricity cuts, with no network of roads. So this was needed in order, of course, to provide a better quality of life for our people, which is definitely a necessity, but at the same time to attract private sector, local and international. After that, when we had the level of infrastructure that we think is adequate and attractive for the private sector, now the government is stepping out, is exiting through a state ownership policy, where we are saying that we're exiting around $10 billion every year from public investment. We amended the public-private partnership law in order to facilitate the process that was delaying the private sector in partnership with the government, and we created the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Egypt in order to have a reliable partner to the private sector and do the de-risking that, as I said, to do the de-risking for the private sector in projects that the private sector would find inappropriate or unattractive, or maybe were not in his agenda before. So this mechanism have created a lot of momentum. We are also embarked on the investment law and activated a lot of articles that were not activated in the investment law. We created incentives to localize industries, especially green industries that have a green component. And of course, we're partnering with a lot of international institutions for the green transition, whether water desalination or green ammonia or e-mobility or electric stations for storage of cars and others.
Okay, very good. Minister, thank you very much indeed for that. And look, we'll come back to some of those issues. I want to let you save your voice for a few moments and bring some of the other speakers into the discussion. And look, they're up here on the screen, so I'm not going to run through their introductions now in the interest of time. Harry Ferhar from Signify, I want to kick it off with you. We've talked about this a number of times. You're here at COP27. Representatives of business are here, policymakers, finance, development banks. Does the private sector have a seat, a prominent enough seat at the table at a meeting like this?
Well, I think, so I'm from Signify, the world leader in lighting. You know us as Philip Lighting. I think indeed we're all in the same boat, and we see that taking action on climate is good for the economy, is good for the quality of a living environment, and it provides a lot of social benefits for people, because those solutions are actually Mother Nature is helping us. They provide a better quality of life, more safety in streets, more productivity in buildings. But then, as much as the, let's say, policy frameworks and the global ambition level is agreed here, the action is in cities, and the technologies are provided by companies. So in that sense, we find our way into the COP. We're not an official member, so we are a non-state actor, which is a strange term then for corporate environment. So I think, both cities as well as companies with certain guidelines and credentials, and not just everyone, they should be allowed at the table because we can only do this together. We can share what technology can do, which will feed into policy frameworks, and vice versa. We can help cities with technical assistance. So I think this is the whole play that needs to be accelerated.
A quick second question to you, and then I'm going to come to Leila. Investment, and again, this is something we've talked about, investment in and the prioritization of infrastructure in developing countries to make what you do, to pave the way for what companies like yours do. Are we seeing enough of it?
No, we're not seeing enough of it. And let me give one remark there, if you allow me, Axel. So there's a lot of attention. So we see actually through the crisis, climate crisis, energy crisis, economic crisis, there's a real awareness has grown that the energy transition is the pathway that we need to go through. So to clean energy, efficient energy. And there's a lot of talk, what we see also here at the COP on the supply side. But our plea is also, let's look at the demand side. So we waste half of the energy that we consume. So if we put more emphasis on energy efficiency, and that indeed means in developed countries accelerating renovation of infrastructure, for developing countries leapfrogging to the latest solutions without using, let's say, without making mistakes that we did, there's a massive potential. And I'll give you one example on lighting, which we know best. I think most of you will think lighting goes pretty well. A lot of that is LED, and that is true if you look at annual sales today. But still, 35% of light points globally are conventional, bulbs and tubes. Europe and the US are lagging. That's even 50%. And we did some math on that. So if Europe would just upgrade their lighting, it saves 51 million tons of carbon. But also, and I think this is my last remark, Axel, in this context, we see that we need to electrify heating and transport. And this alone would free up capacity to power 47 million heat pumps, so 55 million electric vehicles. And the number is about 4 times higher if you look at a global scale. And there's one good example, Sharm el-Sheikh, because actually 70% of the lighting in Sharm el-Sheikh is LED, mostly done by us. You will also see a lot of LED street lighting, so LED street lighting. So it can be done. It can also be done here. So I would say let's not wait any longer, but let's embrace this opportunity.
There's the Signify sales pitch right there, right? All right, thank you very much indeed, Harry. Same question to you, really. The seat at the table, whether you feel it is prominent enough, whether you feel you should have a bigger place at the table right now at a meeting like this one and other COP meetings and other climate meetings.
Interesting to come after you, so just let me pick up. So I think the answer to this question is a bit rhetorical. I would maybe ask the question in a different way and without a yes or a no. I mean, it's clearly, yes, the private sector has a seat on the table, but we really need everybody to be on the table. And the question is how, right? So we heard a lot throughout the last couple of weeks about all the investments that are required for this energy transition. We are talking about trillions of dollars, and just no one can do it alone. You need the private sector, you need the public sector, you need the academia, you also need social society. So the public sector here comes in, namely the government, with frameworks in place, agenda, but also proper investment instrumentation. And we've seen the government of Egypt in the last few years and months setting up very interesting investment frameworks for different investors worldwide. And this has been reflected in the last couple of days, as mentioned by Dr. Hela, in the agreement signed here in COP, and I congratulate Egypt for that. What really also needs to be done is disincentives for pollution. And this could be in form of carbon pricing, but this needs to be really reflected appropriately. All of us needs to do it, all the governments everywhere in the world, and this needs to be properly sustained. Now, the private sector is paramount. They provide capital, technology, but also resources. And I've been really very impressed by the presence of the private sector in this conference, in COP27, as opposed to previous COPs.
Okay.
This is really good, and as a representation of Siemens Energy here in this panel, I have to say that I know firsthand of the power of partnerships. We have a long-term relations with the government of Egypt. We have been here for over 160 years. And a few years ago, we've made history by converting Egypt to become now an energy exporter. So Dr. Lahela mentioned the outage that we have in the country is over 10 years ago. But working together in collaboration, we've managed to put together the 3 largest combined cycle power plants here in the country, adding about 14.4 gigawatt to electricity capacity to the country, and delivering sustainable electricity to 40 million Egyptians.
Okay.
So we also have been training over 3,000 technicians and engineers and set them back into the workforce. And recently, 2 days ago, we've signed a cooperation agreement with the ministry to further train and add to the capacity building of the country.
Okay, look, I am going to stop you there. Just we will come back to this. I just want to give everyone a quick word before we circle back round. Kareem from IBM, let me ask you twofold, two-part question. First, give us an idea of how technology giants like IBM help lead the sort of transformation, technological transformation that is needed. And secondly, and importantly, and we've talked a little bit about it, what sort of policies are you looking for and that are needed to encourage companies like yours to not just to build routes, but create really meaningful partnerships in a country like Egypt and across the developing world?
Yeah, sure, thanks. I think from the perspective of technological transformation, it really all centers around solving the data problem. When you think about this journey that we're on with sustainability, and I like to think about it in terms of operationalizing sustainability, how do you connect these high-level goals to everyday operations? You have to solve a data problem. What are you measuring? What's your state? What are you progressing against? How are you benchmarking? So on and so forth. And so a major focus of ours at IBM has really been supporting what we call this data-driven approach. How do you pull together all the right ESG data? How do you derive the right insights? How do you then link the decisions you need to make from those insights into operational systems so that you can create that feedback loop? Now, to your second point on policies, it's not so much about policies and policy frameworks in many ways as it is about what I would call alignment. I think for too long, we've all thought of sustainability as this other thing that we do, or this other thing that's going on. And when you really look at what I think is the current state of the art, companies, enterprises, public, private, it doesn't really matter, all need to focus on activities that will help them optimize their operations and cost while reducing their emissions and waste. That means the actual actions you take to run your business, you think of them and their impact in terms of your sustainability goals and drive it forward that way. It's really critical. It has to become central to what you do every single day, which means how you're operating your business.
Yeah, okay, good. Thank you for that. And look, I was going to go to Jay next, but Gwen, I want to come to you, Schneider, with a similar question and see if you can bounce off what we've just heard from IBM. Again, the sort of policies in the developing world that you need, or that are needed to attract private investment, to create a technology revolution in these countries. What is Schneider looking for?
Well, in reality, what we need is first the vision, the ambition, and then the drivers underlying this ambition. Just let me give you some examples. Here in Egypt, strong ambition in order to decarbonize the country. First element, here in Sharm el-Sheikh, how to decarbonize this particular city. There were lots of discussion, how to engage with the private sector in order to decarbonize. Then it comes with solutions. And what we were developing, solar plants, EV chargers, on these particular cases. In New Cairo, the administrative New Cairo, well, the angle was waste and water. How to make sure that we have better efficiency in waste and water, and then engaging into discussion with governments, understanding the way they want to decarbonize. Then we came up with a smart city solution
It's not just giving like that. It's through the angle of waste and water, and then it's energy, and then it's efficiency as a whole. The matter of fact is that there is no one single solution. It really depends on the drivers that are underlying the sustainability commitment. And that's why we need this commitment, this intimacy to really understand how we make a difference in a given country, depending on the level of maturity, the resources, and the ambition that is a driver for investment. That's how we see our role, engaging into all those discussions to have tailor-made solutions that would fit better the outcome of the government.
What are the, maybe you can give us some specific examples from developing countries, and also tell us what you think are the biggest challenges to finding what you've just laid out.
Well, the biggest challenges, I would say, is first when you want to decarbonize. Many countries are asking first for renewables, and this is absolutely critical. So we need to deploy renewables. We need to deploy hydrogen, as you were mentioning, Excellency. This is absolutely critical. But we need also to think about efficiency. And efficiency, it's something that is not visible. It's like digital. Digital is something not visible, but in reality, that's the best way to perform. By developing digital and all the software and all the machine learning, you can reduce the consumption of energy by 30%. So first barrier is the awareness, making sure that there is at least a combination between greening the production, between the transform from thermal generation into electrification and energy efficiency being deployed as a core solution.
All right, Gwen, thank you very much indeed. Jay, from Citi, let me come on to you with a broad question on finance, the role of global finance in this transition, the role in driving financial inclusion and sustainability. What is that role?
Thank you. And first of all, let me thank the Minister for what has been an extraordinary year-long partnership with the government on climate finance. And thanks for including us here. When we spoke about this session, we talked about what really are the climate finance, both hope and opportunity solutions. So what I thought I'd do, Alex, is just a quick list of some of those big ones that we've actually had bilateral meetings here at COP27 on. So I think first and foremost is debt for nature swaps across the entirety of the planet, but importantly in the Congo Basin and in the Amazon. Carbon credit methodologies by the registries that would allow for early retirement of coal and gas, including in the JET-P countries, but also here very much in Egypt. Biodiversity and resilience credits, while very new, could be extraordinarily important in the adaptation space. Scaled breach of contract and political risk insurance with liquidity facilities structured into large renewable contract structures like here in the 10 by 10 that can scale the pace of funding and mitigation of the risk involved in the renewable space. Very importantly, we have the need to have offtake agreements for the transmission space because we won't transition without transmission. And that means overground and undersea, and we're going to need to scale the funding of those transmissions. Very importantly, we need a G20 CGAP ISSB agreement on the scoring of net zero when the private sector participates in ETMs. Otherwise, the private sector will not be constructively engaged in the entirety of coal transition. We need unbelievable MDB reform, where the MDB reform takes risk, not just mobilizes more capital, but takes risk that allows us to have a 5 times mobilization rate on the MDB capital, such that the private sector is actually crowded in, and we need the new collective quantified goal to measure the catalytic nature of those official funds. We need adaptation blended finance co-financing facilities into agriculture, resilient public-private partnerships. I've had minister after minister saying we can't really fund adaptation from the private sector. Yes, we can. PPPs and infrastructure are done every day. Final, 100 times more MEGA and PRI, breach of contract protection, and 100 times more project development and project assistance funding, with 8% goal of ODA being blended. We're at 1 to 2% now. That would actually scale and mobilize the private sector. And I would just say, you know, finally, the First Mover Coalition is an industry-led coalition of those that are committed to transform the planet and lead from the private sector, and sectoral pathways. If we drive the wave of transition through the sectoral pathways, we will be extraordinarily successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. And look, I want to follow up on the MDB piece, actually, very, very quickly. You know, we heard a lot about this in Glasgow. What you talk about MDB reform and the risks that need to be taken. What, if anything, have you heard here at COP27 that gives you optimism that that's what we're going to see in the future?
So, actually, the optimism came in preparation for this, but unfortunately, that's happening in Bali, in the G20 meeting. So, but the G20 report that came out on MDB capital structuring and reform has a lot of very innovative solutions. And when I was asked if I was supportive of those, I am supported very much of crowding in much more MDB capital and a lot of what those reforms will do, and many of them on the table. But between now and the spring IMF and World Bank meetings, we need to go from crowding in more capital to crowding in capital that takes more risk. And there's a big difference because a lot of this will just mobilize more senior loans that don't crowd in the private sector at all.
Yeah.
And so that's going to require breaking some glass that a lot of people aren't ready to do.
Yeah, all right, very good. Thank you very much. And look, finally, Alessandro, I want to hear from you, and it's something we've spoken to Achim Steiner about before, I've got to say. In what ways the development community, the development models need to evolve to really, really meet the needs of developing countries across the world? Is it going to happen?
First of all, thank you for inviting me in this panel of distinguished private sector representatives. I believe that probably our claim to be here is due to also Achim Steiner and what we always say, that the SDGs, through which we see the lenses of climate change, require a whole of society approach. So without the private sector, you cannot do it. Without the civil society, you cannot do it, academia and others and so on. I said, we see these issues through the eyes of human development. Climate change is one of those drivers of reversing development gains. We've seen it here. We are seeing it continuously, not only through that climate change, but through other crises. For the first time since we measure human development, last 2 years, there was a decline. So since 1990, first time there was a decline. COVID, other things, but certainly climate change continues to provide a huge issue. Listen, for me and for us, and really I want to connect it to COP because we are really closing these thematic days here and so on, implementation, right? So the way we see implementation is through three things. One is financing, the other one is technology, the other one is capacity. We talked a lot about financing. I let all these distinguished people talk about it because a lot of it has to come from them. Far too much of the financing for now is done by the public sector. In some cases we don't even have figures, but the overwhelming amount is really done by private sector. Technology, also private sector has a huge role there. Of course, governments here are very, very important to foster, to create an ecosystem where technology and innovation can come through. And finally, capacity. Capacity is something that, for example, the UN Development Family and others have an important role. Because beyond all the programs, you actually need people doing that. You need skills, you need reskilling, you need a lot of that part.
Okay, good. Very good, Alessandro. Thank you very much indeed. Very quickly to Harry and to Leila, and I'm going to come on to this in round 2 of this when I invite the next set of guests up. But very quickly, I want to get your thoughts on PPPs and when they work and when they don't. So some I guess, 101 rules that you can share with us very quickly.
Now, just quickly, I think we see enormous investment needs. Quite often there's no budget or there's no renovation budget. All cities around the world, they have high debt levels, so we are moving to lighting as a service. So I think service-based business models are really what it takes, so that you already factor in the lifetime savings, the lifetime economics, and actually in our case, it brings then lighting for free. But that you do with banks, you do it also with installation partners, you do it with maintenance companies. So then collectively you design the project. Let's say it's invoiced, then there's monthly payment to a bank. We get our, let's say, our deals paid because we're another bank. So it's really, I think that's a really successful public-private partnership. You can do it with cities, you can do it with companies, and that makes, I think, is an accelerator of action.
Okay, very quickly, Leila, very quickly, Karim, you know, what works, what doesn't in that model?
Just to leverage on what my colleague said earlier, I think technology is there. We should understand that technology is there, and off-the-shelf technology that can help us a lot with significant reductions of the emissions. It's very important that we understand the strengths of each and leverage on those, so collaboration is key.
Okay, good. Very quick.
I'll just go again. I think it's very simple. Connect what we can do with technology to what you're trying to do every day, and then the models actually work through. There's not a lot of new invention required. It's all about applying it in context.
Yeah, all right. Look, very good. Look, thank you, everyone. I know it's been a whirlwind round that. And we've fit a lot in. I'd like to give the Minister, if you like, a right to reply. You know, we've heard from a number of private sector representatives here, you know, what they're looking for, perhaps what some of their demands are. Just, I want to get a quick comment from you on the back of that, you know, because this is two-way, of course. This goes both ways. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Well, let me start by saying that definitely like the representative of Schneider have mentioned, there is no one menu fits all. Definitely the private sector have, in each country, have to look into all the potentials of the country, level of maturity of the country, the demographics of the country. So, and basically try to have this in a fair and just manner. So the government definitely has to facilitate the policies and the ecosystem for the private sector, and the private sector is the best to come with the solutions, to come because they know what they need, and they are the best to come with the solutions. They are to provide the capacity building, to provide the technology that does not exist. This is not the government's role. The government is not a player. The government is a facilitator and is a policy-driven for the private sector. So I think this is what we understand, the potential of each, and joint forces to make the partnership a success. I think this should be the motive of the government with the private sector. We need this partnership to succeed. That's why we need to join forces to make all our partnership a great success.
Okay, very good. Minister, thank you very much indeed. I believe you're staying up here, Minister, but we're going to do a switch around with everyone else. Thank you. Yeah, big round of applause for everyone up on the stage. Thank you very much indeed, everybody. Look, I want to call now to the stage James Manyupe, Namibia's Presidential Economic Advisor. If you're here, James, come on up. Shireen Zorba, head of the Global Secretariat at the Science Policy Business Forum, the UN. Okay, I'm told James is not with us. Cher Haifeng, Vice President Longji. Omnia El Omrani, the COP27 Youth Envoy. Yossi Matias, Vice President Engineering and Research at Google. Nicole Karimi, founder and CEO of Antakara Group. Coming up, Nicole. And Adriano Juras, who is an auditor at the Federal Court of Accounts of Brazil. So this is the next round. Come take a seat. Nice to meet you too. Okay, good. Let's get going with this. Shireen, I want to start with you. And I want to start on transparency, the issue of transparency, from both sides, of course. Visibility in good governance from both business and from the policy side. How are we doing generally?
There is some action on transparency, as we are all well aware. We do receive reporting both from governments and from the private sector. However, is it sufficient? And the answer is maybe not. And the reason for that is multifold. One of the reasons is that from the private sector side, while reporting on ESG and other aspects is improving, but there is no validation, no verification processes. So this is one thing. The other thing, from the government side, it varies. So we do receive reporting, but it's also not verifiable. And when it comes to where the money is being spent, President Masisi of Botswana the other day, on the very first day of COP, he said, where is the money? Because in a way, how we spend shows very much, what we buy. There's a huge correspondence. And we want to reward and incentivize good business, good products that are good for the environment by creating a bigger market for those and by revealing or making available information about, for example, governments, the biggest procurer, how they are spending their money, making the right choices. Taxpayers have the right to know, and there is a need for greater transparency. In some countries, this is happening. In others, sadly, it's not, either because of lack of capacity or maybe the need for greater transparency. Then finally, we need integration of the data. We need technology to do that. As we heard, from IBM, Kareem said the possibilities are there. We'll hear from Google. The technologies are there, but they're not being deployed in some countries at the speed required. So in a nutshell, there is definitely a need for greater transparency and methodologies to allow for this.
It's something I was going to ask the Minister, and very quickly, Shireen, I'll ask you. I wonder how successful you think developing countries are being in overcoming the bureaucratic processes that stifle entrepreneurship in countries like, whether it's Egypt or any developing nations.
I don't know if I'm in a position really to tackle bureaucracy, but I would say some are doing better than others. And if we get rid of that and instead vie for accountability, I imagine we'd all do much better.
Okay, thank you, Shireen. All right, let's hear from the other panelists. Yossi Matias from Google. Let me start with you. The transformative power of technology for a more sustainable world. It's something we've talked about at length here for the past couple of weeks. Apologies to sort of pose this in a negative way, but what's holding us back, would you say?
So first, I agree. I think that we are, when I meet young people, I tell them that it's the first time in history, or there's never been time in history where a person can actually learn a skill in just a few years, embrace and use technology and make a global change. And more notably, the development of machine learning, and which going through transformation in artificial intelligence and cloud technology. So really, in order to, and by the way, some of the discussions we're hearing here at COP are positive in the sense that many acknowledge the need to embrace technology, to use technology, and also to touch on the data problem, because in order to have transformation on sustainability, we also need to have transformation on how we make data available to everybody. And machine learning, as we know, is based on data, and we're seeing some progress, but there's more to be done. Now, just to give an example of the power of technology, we've been looking into how to use various aspects of sustainability. Obviously, as a company, we've been carbon neutral since 2007. We made commitment to be neutral, net zero in our operations by 2030. But we're also looking to see how to use technology and innovation to address the climate challenges. So an example for a challenge that I've been working on with my team for a few years was one of the ramifications of climate crisis are floods and wildfires, that we see them going up in frequency and scale. And we looked into, can we actually help with prediction of floods? Because floods killed 6,000 people per year. And what seemed to be quite impossible just 5 years ago, it turned out to be actually possible with the advancements of technology and science. So just last year, we sent out over 115 million notifications to people at risk in India and Bangladesh, notifying them of floods coming their way 8 hours or more before they arrive, with 10-centimeter accuracy of water level. And just last week, we announced actually expanding it to 18 more countries, including 15 in Africa. Now, what made this possible is advancing science, advancing technology, advancing platform, but also working in partnership with governments, with organizations, with academia. So to the question, what can we do to unlock the power of technology? Obviously, we need to make sure that the data is there, available to others. We need to make sure to remove any barriers. You know, on the climate crisis, we're all in the same boat, the entire world. But when you look into what needs to be done for, say, a startup to actually make use of technology, then sometimes it doesn't look like the same boat. They need to deal with it separately for every country. So we need to really embrace this partnership and make everything available and possible for innovation.
How is collaboration with governments in general for you in the developing world?
So what we do see a lot of goodwill. We see that obviously there's a lot of interest to embrace technologies, and that actually allows us to do that. Another example, by the way, for a mitigation problem that we're looking into is how to reduce carbon emission by improving on traffic light scheduling. It turns out that much of the carbon emitted in cities, which is a good contributor to a lot of carbon emission, is cars just standing in traffic lights. And it turns out that actually we have enough data just by maps, traffic data, that we could optimize that traffic light and make that, and in an experiment, a pilot we did in Hamburg just recently, we showed 25% reduction in the stop-start kind of events, which actually reduces by 10% the overall carbon emission in that junction. So if you think about it, the opportunity to embrace technology now, in order for that to happen, of course, it needs not only the governments, but it needs also the cities to embrace technology.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Yossi. Dennis from Longi, let me bring you in here again on the technology piece. Your company is the market leader in solar technologies. You know, we do talk more and more about a slowdown on the renewables side. Solar seems to be powering ahead, though. Tell us first why solar is powering ahead, and secondly, what still needs to be done to make solar even stronger going forward?
Thank you. I think we are, as a solar company, we're really doing a good job. I mean, in recent years, okay? So look at the data we have achieved. I mean, for the industry, the solar installation being achieved like 30% year-to-year increase in past 3 years. As the market leader of solar technology, Longi has achieved a 50% of year-to-year increase, I mean, in past 3 years. So unfortunately, you know, I didn't see a lot of solar companies here in COP, okay? So because I believe we are really the best action or weapon for climate change. Okay, so yeah, I think why solar can achieve such kind of growth. I think first of all, I mean, thanks for the innovation. In past 10 years, we have drive down the LCOE of solar energy around 90% in 10 years. So now solar PV energy actually is the most cost-effective energy among all the energies, okay? So that's the first thing. Secondly, solar is the easiest way to implement. Can you imagine, let's take the example in Germany, it takes minimum 1 week to put solar on top of your house, okay? It takes minimum like 2 months to put a solar power station on top of, I mean, building of your company, okay? It's much easier than any other energy, okay? So that's why, I mean, solar has achieved a very sustainable growth. So what we should do better, okay? First of all, I think we should, let's say, remove all the subsidy for fossil energy, okay? So I think we are in a very ridiculous situation. Fossil energy get a subsidy, not renewable energy, okay? That's, I think it's very ridiculous. I mean, I think we should remove all the subsidy for the fossil energy. Secondly, let's liberate the market. Because I said solar is very easy to implement. We cannot put a similar permitting process as a traditional like coal-fired power station, okay? So we just liberate the market, let the permitting easier, facilitate all the process, okay? The third thing is we encourage the international cooperation, okay? Don't politicize the renewable energy because that's very goodwill for human beings. That's the best action, as I mentioned, to the climate change. Okay.
Okay, Dennis, thank you. Don't politicize renewable energy. Okay. And by the way, I saw you, Adriano, write something down when we mentioned the subsidies here. So let's move on to Adriano from the TCU in Brazil. And you know, it's a bit of a shift, but you know, I guess the question to you, Adriano, is how can auditing systems help governments deliver on their climate commitments? You know, this is a big part of what you do, right?
Exactly. Good evening, everyone. So I'm from the Federal Court of Accounts of Brazil. That's the Supreme Audit Institution, the SAI. In Egypt, you have a similar institution. That's the Accountability State Authority. Each country has its own SAI that does basically auditing the governments and auditing the budget and the use of public resources. So when it comes to governance and climate change and sustainable development and common goods, governments, they have a key role to play in that matters. But it doesn't mean that they play them efficiently, and they can be both a driver for those matters or a barrier themselves. And so we as audit institutions, we try to, and we do have the mandate to enforce compliance in governmental actions. And also we have the role to foster efficiency, effectiveness in public policies, and accountability and transparency. This has been also discussed earlier. And this is also important for achieving the internationally agreed goals and commitments, such as Paris Agreement, the SDGs, and so forth. And so this is also have been acknowledged by the United Nations General Assembly. I have to show you, because as an auditor, I have the need to show evidence of my statements. So it's here, the resolution. And so we are conducting a project. It's called the Climate Scanner. So this is going to be a tool which will be developed for the next 2 years with auditors, with the contribution with experts from private sector, from international organizations, UN bodies, and we are still doing the networking and sponsor funding. So the idea is to evaluate climate action of governments in 3 axes: governance, public policies, and financing, the climate finance, which is very important in these discussions, and in 2 levels, so the national level, and to consolidate data in the international level, to have a global overview of how climate action is going on in the planet. So basically, the results will be due by the end of 2024. And we, as audit institutions, we are also together for implementation. This is the slogan of the COP, and this is why we are here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And lastly, and I will come around with a couple of other questions after we've heard from Nicole, but Nicole Karimi from Antankara Group, this is a startup in the energy space in Kenya. A couple of things I want to ask you, Nicole. I guess, you know, a startup like yours, and you can tell us a little bit about the business as well. How critical is the government support that you're getting right now, would you say?
Thank you for that. Antankara is a startup in the energy space, trying to bridge the gap for clean energy. And in terms of government support, it might not be 100% right now, but the government is doing everything in Kenya to ensure that the startups are well taken care of. When we look at policies, things that cripple startups, access to affordable financing, and capacity building, these are the things that we would like to see our government and other stakeholders holding our hands in private-public partnerships so that we can be able to scale and to be able to reach our solutions to the communities that really need what we have come up with.
I mean, I asked in the last panel, I think it was the last panel, you know, what works and what doesn't in the PPP, in PPPs. Can you give us a sense of what's worked for you?
What's worked for us is the government coming in to offer access to financial institution services. in a small way, not really in a big way. But they expect us also to play our part to ensure that we are able to do more of the capacity building. We are able to go to the markets with the solution that we have. And then now we can go back to them and request for any assistance or any other resources that we may require from them. Yes.
And I also want to get your take on women, entrepreneurs, starting a business like yours in Kenya. Just talk to us a little bit about that and the challenges that you faced.
The challenges for women, I believe, are quite a number, but it's good to sit on the table like this and have this discussion because even in our own country, we still have that issue where they don't believe women can actually start businesses and succeed. And even if you look at a study that was done in Harvard, they say 9 out of 10 startups do fail, but where there's women, almost 90% of them succeed. Yes, so, right? Yeah. So we're in a good space.
There you go. Yeah, well, thank you for sharing that. Yossi, on the back of the discussion of startups and entrepreneurship, I wonder, from your perspective, a giant in your sector, how we can further empower startups to become a force of green transformation, especially across Africa.
For me? Yeah. So first I want to applaud you for your startups and totally agree. We need to have as many women entrepreneurs as we have men. And that's true, by the way, for any group that is underrepresented. And I've been sitting on the board of an organization called She Codes, which is about driving more women for technology. So first I firmly believe that a lot of the solutions are going to come from startups. And that's true for all problems that we need to tackle, but certainly in the space of sustainable development goals. That's why for the past decade I've been leading, started a decade ago a program called Goal for Startup Accelerator to help mentor startups everywhere. And a couple of years ago, we actually started this program called Startups for the Sustainable Development, which is about mentoring startups in the area of SDG, because startups have many challenges, of course, in terms of funding, networking, access to talent, access to technologies. And we're talking about impact. Quite often, actually, it's even slower, more difficult to get funding, for example, just because the market is takes more time to mature. And some of them are actually not necessarily doing to optimize for revenues, but to social impact. So in that program, we already mentor over 300 startups globally. And I care in particular about Africa and other places. So I actually have a team of researchers, AI researchers in Africa, in Accra. And when we inaugurated the office there, a new office in May this year, actually one of the first events that we had there was hosting entrepreneurs from Africa, actually, who are working on SDG. Now, why is it so important? Because first, we are at the time that anybody could actually, and this is what I'm telling young people, that anybody can embrace technology to actually use technology to solve problems that they see. Because with machine learning and cloud and everything, so what they need quite often is the mentorship. They need access to funds. So we're trying to do our share in that. We just announced actually a fund of $30 million for Impact Challenge for climate innovation, and another $25 million for AI for global goals. We also try to provide mentorship. So we had hundreds of mentors on technology side for startups, and trying to also provide the networking that we can provide them and connection to funds. Now again, this is something that we need to look at it more globally. So, just earlier I made a comment that one of the best investments any country could do is actually to invest in their entrepreneurship and innovation, because innovation can come for everyone. And some of the ideas that we're going to solve some of the problems we're talking about out there. One last comment on that is that in order to be able to tackle those problems, again, we need access to data. So for example, we have published in Africa, put together what we call the open building data set, which is used by many organizations, startups and UN organizations and others, because having access to information about buildings give you proxy about where people are, so you can actually take some actions on public health, public decisions, and more. And similarly, we have this platform that is called Environmental Insight Explorer that is made for free for 40,000 cities. Again, this is about having access to data that can help you take decisions, but also build applications on top of that. So these are all different aspects. And again, I can't overstate how important it is to drive innovation, drive entrepreneurship. And one important observation about that is that in technology, it's creating value is not a zero-sum game. So it's not like there's any trade-off. In many cases, I happily drive and mentor startups that could become a competitor, but that's fine because we are actually creating value to the world, to people, and this is something that eventually everybody benefits. Certainly society does.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yossi. Dennis, I just want to quickly get your thoughts on a similar thing. I mean, you know, and I guess the question is, this is, you know, China, not just about selling, but really, I think about playing its part in developing local talent, you know, across developing nations, about working with startups, about working with entrepreneurs. Give us the perspective from Longji. You know, what it is you're doing and how important you think that is when you spread your tentacles far and wide.
Yeah, I think we are in a very young industry, let's say, especially for, you know, this, let's say, in Africa, it's this new continent, it's the best area to implement solar. However, what we need is more professionals. Okay, so I think we've been talking about startups. I think, first of all, good tips. I mean, solar industry here in Africa is a very good industry for startups because we do see a booming market here. What we need to do is that we are working with the local associations to launch different kind of training program in different countries. What we need to do is that to do the technology transfer to the local market, to do more trainings, to get more professions in local market. In this case, we will see, I mean, a lot of startup will come out, and also we will work together with kind of startup to implement solar. I think that will be our approach, okay, to the market.
Okay, good. Look, I want to slowly wrap the conversation up, but Nicole, I want to come back to you on COP. Is this the first COP you've attended?
Yes, I have.
It is. Okay. So what do you, when you go back to Nairobi, what are you going to tell people about this meeting and about the conversations you've had and about the progress that you've seen or not, as the case may be? Sorry to put you on the spot with this one, but what as our startup, our entrepreneur on this panel, what are you going to tell them?
First of all, the COP experience was really good. I think we need to come out a bit more. If we are given these platforms to come out, to be able to network, to be able to see what other companies are doing on one platform, to have the discussions, to be able to do the networking. We came here on our own accord.
Are there enough startups here in this meeting? Are there enough startups? Are there enough entrepreneurs? Right.
No,
Right.
and more specifically from Africa, I was actually really shocked that they didn't just take up that opportunity to just come out and see what can be done, because it's one thing to have your solutions and your strategies, and it's another thing to just get them out there and come for platforms such as this. Yes.
So what is the message when you go back to Nairobi?
We have to hold hands together. We have to come out. We have to be able to reach out to the giants who are already ahead of us, whether it's in terms of funding, resources, capacity building, tech, whichever services that we require as startups, we can only be able to capture them in, forums such as this. Yeah.
Shireen, I want to get some final words from you, if I could. It's a basic sort of layperson's question that I ask here. What would you say to a non-expert observer living along a coastline about the progress being made here at COP27?
Not enough, hardly enough. So being here at COP, what was really great is the wonderful, amazing personalities who have been fighting for a better planet for years and years and years. And by coming together in this space, you realize that you're not alone. There's so much to be done. And of course, sitting today with the excellent industry and technology partners, the private sector, the finance sector, our startups, you can see the opportunity of us working together. So I'll just maybe share with you a few words by others who I spoke to that I deeply believe is true. Eminent scientist Johan Roström. You might know him from Breaking Boundaries, working on Netflix, for example, but he's much more than that. Johan Roström told me something great the other day. He said, this COP has to change. Everything that needed to be negotiated has been negotiated. There is no need to say more. Glasgow, the final chapters, the final files were agreed. So we should be here for one purpose and one purpose only, which is to come back and report. It should be a place for reporting and a place for greater accountabilities. And that's it. There is no need for anything else. The fact that there is a party, the fact that everybody comes is a wonderful thing, but we have to come for the right reasons. I had a great conversation with Isabella Teixeira from Brazil, former Minister of Brazil, who's credited for saving the Amazon forest. Over 80% of the Amazon forest she managed to restore and bring back from the dead, and this has all gone now. And she has to start with, the new presidency and the new blood that is coming again in Brazil to rebuild. And she told me, no need to talk. We've said it all. But she also said we should not undermine short-term and medium-term action, because we tend as a human race to set these huge goals for ourselves that we never attain, and there's nothing truer than that. We are not on track to meet any of the environmental goals, not according to me, but according to Sir Bob Watson, one of the most eminent scientists in the world and who penned UNEP's Making Peace with Nature report. The science says we are not on track. We know that we're not on track. So long-term goals are very, very important, but long-term goals also need to have short-term and medium-term route. So I think there's a lot that one has listened to, a lot that one has learned and knows is true. But to the person, in the Sahel or on, living near the seaside somewhere, I would say we will and we should and we must do much better.
Okay, Shireen, thank you very much. And I'm gonna end it there. I know it's late in the evening, late in the second week of this very busy meeting here in Sharm. So it remains for me to thank our second round of panelists. To all of you, thank you very much indeed, and thank you to you for sticking with us so late. Appreciate it.
And a big thank you to you, Axel.